home in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
A very good morning to all the viewers of NDTV. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in the United States. The Quad Summit is over. The highlight of day 2 of his visit is the Indian Diaspora meeting. And on the sidelines of the Quad Summit at President Joe Biden's hometown, there were several bilaterals that were held as well. Several highs of that Quad Summit. We'll try and get you details from the ground zero there in Wilmington, where that meeting was held. But first up, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi, in his opening remarks at the Quad Summit, highlighted that the Quad is here to stay, to assist, to partner and complement. He reiterated the free and open India-Pacific goal.
Quad is here to stay, to assist, to partner and to complement.
Quad joint statement is issued. They have flagged China's aggressive behavior in South China Sea. Quad leaders commit to reforms in United Nations Security Council to make it more inclusive. On the Ukraine war, the threat of use of nuclear weapon is unacceptable, and the Quad leaders appreciate the role that is being played by India, that India will be playing a key role in Quad's new regional maritime initiative in Indo-Pacific. India is set to take over and host the Quad Leaders Summit 2025. Prime Minister Modi emphasized the importance of the Quad amidst tensions and conflicts in the world. Prime Minister Modi spoke at the Cancer Moonshot event on the sidelines of the Quad Summit. He said India will provide 40 million cancer vaccines. He emphasized when the Quad acts, it's not just for nations, but for the people.
When the Quad acts, it is not just for nations, it is for the people.
Prime Minister Modi and United States President Joe Biden held a bilateral on the sidelines of the Quad Summit. Prime Minister Modi said that the meeting comes as a special start to the significant visit, while Biden said ties with India have become stronger. And in fact, there has been a very special gesture when asked by reporters that will Quad survive beyond November. We'll try and get you that visual of President Joe Biden actually gesturing how India and Prime Minister Modi will be taking that forward. But in other news, a night curfew was imposed in Sri Lanka despite peaceful polls. Sri Lanka voted to elect a president in the most peaceful polls in its history. Prime Prime Minister Narendra Modi made his opening remarks at the Quad Summit. He said a free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific is the shared priority and commitment of the Quad countries. Joe Biden, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida were also present at the meeting being held at the United States President's hometown in Wilmington. In his opening remarks, Prime Minister Modi pointed out that Quad Summit is being held at a time when the world is surrounded by tensions and conflicts.
Your Excellencies, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा और प्रधानमंत्री अल्बनीसी, मेरे तीसरे कार्यकाल के शुरुआत में ही आज क्वाड समिट में मित्रों के साथ भाग लेते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। क्वाड की 20वीं वर्षगांठ को मनाने के लिए राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने अपने शहर विल्मिंगटन से बेहतर जगह नहीं हो सकती। एमट्रेक जो के रूप में आप जिस प्रकार से इस शहर और डेलावेयर से जुड़े रहे हैं, कुछ वैसा ही रिश्ता आपका क्वाड से भी रहा है। आपके नेतृत्व में 2021 में पहली समिट का आयोजन किया गया और इतने कम समय में हमने अपने सहयोग को हर दिशा में अभूतपूर्व तरीके से बढ़ाया है। इसमें व्यक्तिगत रूप से आपकी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। मैं क्वाड के लिए आपकी दृढ़ प्रतिबद्धता, आपके नेतृत्व और आपके योगदान के लिए आपको हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, हमारी बैठक ऐसे समय हो रही है जब विश्व तनावों और संघर्षों से घिरा हुआ है। ऐसे में साझा डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज के आधार पर क्वाड का मिलकर साथ चलना पूरी मानवता के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। हम किसी के खिलाफ नहीं हैं। हम सभी एक रूल्स बेस्ड इंटरनेशनल ऑर्डर, संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता के सम्मान और सभी मसलों के शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से हल निकालने का समर्थन करते हैं। फ्री, ओपन, इंक्लूसिव और प्रॉस्परस इंडो पैसिफिक हमारी साझा प्राथमिकता और साझा प्रतिबद्धता है। हमने मिलकर हेल्थ, सिक्योरिटी, क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज, क्लाइमेट चेंज, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग जैसे क्षेत्रों में कई सकारात्मक और समावेशी इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। हमारा मैसेज साफ है, क्वाड इज हियर टू स्टे, टू असिस्ट, टू पार्टनर एंड टू कॉम्प्लीमेंट। मैं एक बार फिर राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और सभी साथियों का अभिवादन करता हूं। 2025 में क्वाड लीडर्स समिट का आयोजन भारत में करने में हमें खुशी होगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
I think there are two parts of this visit which we need to talk about right now, and the key aspect of this is that this is a landmark bilateral agreement which we've seen today between India and the United States. There was a lot which was said when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was over here in 2023, but in terms of deliverables and where India and the United States now stand, it is fairly remarkable. So let's talk a little bit about that, and we'll talk about the Quad later on, because the big takeaway, in fact, is this bilateral relationship and where that strategic relationship between India and the US actually stands. India and the US are committed to a speedy transfer of jet engine technology to India. This is very, very important, the fact that it's come up at a time when there have been delays in the supply of American engines to India's Tejas fighters. Number two, the Indian Navy will be working together with the US Navy along economic routes or maritime routes, I should say, in the Arabian Sea to ensure the security of these routes. So the closeness of both these navies working together is very important. enhance maritime domain awareness. That might just be words, but as I see it, it could actually imply information sharing on the movement, potentially even of submarines which the Chinese may be operating in the waters of the Indian Ocean. So that's important in terms of intelligence. Number 4, there is going to be a fab which is going to be set up in India for the construction or the manufacture of state-of-the-art semiconductors. India and the US have often spoken about semiconductors, and the fact that they're going to be doing this now in India using state-of-the-art technology for a variety of reasons is another important sort of aspect of this.
Well, this Quad summit was all about strengthening ties in the region, and although none of the 4 leaders admitted it in public out loud, it was also about countering the threat that they see coming from China. At the start of the meeting, US President Joe Biden announced a series of initiatives that he said would deliver real positive impact for the Indo-Pacific. Now, that includes new maritime technologies, the first ever cooperation between the nation's coast guards, and an expansion of an initiative that monitors illegal fishing. On top of that, there's also increased military logistical cooperation and a joint health initiative to combat cervical cancer. That's a global expansion of President Biden's signature Cancer Moonshot program. Now, PM Modi said that the Quad has enhanced cooperation in every sphere in ways unprecedented. He also championed the need for a free, open, inclusive and prosperous Indo-Pacific. But also this was President Biden's swan song. As the outgoing president, this is the last summit that he'll hold, and the fact that he chose this as his final summit shows the importance that he places in this regional grouping, in the need to counter China and in the personal relationships that he's built up with the 3 other leaders during his time in office. And in many ways, this is also about establishing Biden's foreign policy legacy and making one last diplomatic push during his final few months in office. He said, though, that he sees the Quad enduring and surviving beyond November's presidential election, adding the Quad is here to stay. Nick Harper, NDTV, Washington.
Joining us now, I would suggest the gold and platinum members of the organizing committee. Besides anything else, most of them have contributed $100,000 each towards making this event possible. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. How difficult has it been to make it all happen?
Well, it's always in America to find this size of a space is not that easy because there's a lot of event going on. To finding a venue was one of the difficult part. But our team has worked very hard. They found everything within a time. And organization has done fantastic job. And they organized very nicely.
And ma'am, a huge financial contribution from all of you. The fact that you can all contribute, or most of you can contribute $100,000 is an indicator of the success that you have had in your personal and professional lives. But it's not just you, it's so many in the Indian community. And I would suggest that's one of the big reasons why the Prime Minister is here.
Of course, I'm the representative of what we call proudly the Bharatiya American Modi Bucks. And I'm, Dr. Shobha Chokalingam, and we have a group of 10 folks. And when I said Prime Minister Modi is coming here, there was like a stampede of who's going to support him. So
Where have you come from?
So I'm from Georgia, Atlanta, Augusta. But this time we've got very new members in the community who've never seen Modi ji. I've seen Modi ji last year, but it's wonderful to see his aura. And, he truly represents what every Bharatiya has a dream for contributing to our motherland. And we are so proud he's achieving it all. And this is the least we could do for him. So, and whatever success we've had is really thanks to all the teachings and the foundation from Bharat. Thank you.
And sir, what are your expectations of this visit?
Well, this visit, Prime Minister Modi, to whom I met previously many times while he was even Chief Minister. And he has done tremendous, outstanding job internationally as well as domestic. And there are still more to be done, and I think he will finish during this term.
So that really is the sentiment of the Indian diaspora everywhere that the Prime Minister travels. Let me bring in my guests who are joining us early this morning here in India. Dr. David Frawley is joining us. Welcome. Thank you so much. Spencer Critchley is former communications advisor for the Obama campaign. We have Amy Tarkanian. She is a chairwoman and a Republican strategist. Deepak Vora, former diplomat. Abhishek Singh Amar is associate professor and director of Asian studies at Hamilton College in New York. Irina is a geopolitical analyst and national security attorney. I'm going to begin with you, Amy. Looking at the bilaterals, there's a lot of emphasis on this bilateral. It's almost being seen as a landmark one. What, according to you, is the big takeaway of this bilateral which was held between President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Modi?
Well, sure. I think it's actually been quite successful so far. And I think one of the biggest takeaways is the fact that President Biden didn't just hold this Quad meeting in the People's House, the White House, but he held it in his own personal home, which I think speaks volumes on the relationship that President Biden has with Prime Minister Modi and the other two countries. I think the fact that he had them in his home also shows extreme importance on this Quad group and how he wants this to continue and how they've already been thriving in just a short amount of time since it's started. And I think the fact that we now have a new election coming up, this puts more pressure on whoever the next president is to continue these efforts because it's been nothing but positive.
Okay, Spencer, how is, in case if it is Kamala Harris regime which is there to come, I'm just jumping the gun here, but nevertheless, what are her views on the Quad summit and the Quad grouping, I would say?
I think that they are very similar, no doubt, to President Biden's. This is really in the center of, I think, not only President Biden's approach to foreign policy and Kamala Harris's approach to foreign policy, but the typical foreign policy of a Democratic president, and I would say in the past of most Republican presidents, the idea of building these kinds of international alliances built on cooperation and an ever-expanding lattice work, as National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan described it, of these sorts of relationships, which can range from full-on military alliances to trade relationships and technology transfers, I think is absolutely central to maintaining this rules-based international order, which Prime Minister Modi and President Biden and others have been emphasizing, and which I agree is of central importance. One thing that strikes me as it's an obvious point, but I think it gets overlooked sometimes, is if you look at these four nations, nobody's worried about any of these nations attacking each other or trying to seize land from anybody else. And that's not only, I think, a moral way for nations to behave, but it just turns out to be so much smarter. When you approach the world in a spirit of cooperation and mutual benefit and peace, you end up prospering. And nations that behave more aggressively tend to have very few allies, and they rise and fall on their own. And in the end, they do far less well.
Okay, Dr. Frawley, your thoughts on this visit of the Prime Minister? Of course, the Indian diaspora, as we have seen in several parts of the world, whenever the Prime Minister travels, that there is a great degree of excitement. But his words, particularly his opening remarks, become important, where he said that Quad is here to stay, to assist, to partner and complement. I mean, I think that is a roadmap of sorts which is being laid out by India as India hosts the Quad summit in 2025.
Yes, this is a very important event. You have to understand the centrality of the Indian Ocean historically and today for world trade and communication extending through the Pacific, even towards the Persian Gulf and the Middle Eastern region, Red Sea, and so forth. So it's a very important event and shows how India is concerned with the world as a whole, with bringing people together across the seas, with embracing the different leaders of the world, of the free world, and increasing the communication. We need greater communication and diplomacy today. And Modi ji embodies that. He's coming to the United States before a very divisive and difficult election, and yet he's been invited here. And he is also bringing that inner vision so that we look beyond just the outer circumstances to our greater human unity and creating the wisdom and compassion to take us forward. So he brings that whole, you might say, vision of Bharat or India, dharmic vision, yoga, all this recognition of oneself in all beings, so that we can bring that into the political realm as well as the ecological realm and economic realm, and unite the world by the Indian Ocean, which is the same ocean all over the world by different islands. And it's very notable to see Biden embracing Modi because he is towards the end of his term. And this is showing his legacy, both what he has done with Modi in the past and his vision for Modi and India and the future, India's long connection with Japan and its deeper cultural connection, and the many projects they've done in the past, technologically and economically. So this is also this unification of India, Japan, and the United States, and also Australia, which is the huge island continent in the Indo-Pacific Ocean and holds a lot of the future development of humanity uniting East and West. And it's a great inspiration at this very difficult time in human history. There are wars, conflicts, disagreements, challenges, new weapons being released. Here is a vision that's saying, hey, we don't need all that. We need to come together according to our deeper values, which is not just simply democracy as a political statement, but honoring the unity of all human beings. Vedas teach there's only one self in the entire universe. We are all part of one universal family. That is our planetary future. So let's have an inspiration and a unity consciousness. We have to struggle with differences, conflicts, and other outer complications. But we can go beyond that with a higher vision. And Modi brings in that, I would say, transcendent vision that can unite us without us causing to lose anything, give up our differences, but unite in a greater view in which we bring the planet together in the oceans and within us and around us. Not just the Indo-Pacific, but the entire world today needs that. North, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia. Let's develop that vision. Modi is very good at ecology, and this is kind of the political, diplomatic ecology of one humanity and one planet that we need so desperately today.
Yes,
Thank you.
And Dr. Frawley actually put it really beautifully when you said that it's about ecology as much, because the Prime Minister, the Indian Prime Minister in his statement also highlighted that this is not just about nations, it's about people. You know, so the people are centerpiece to all these talks which are taking place. Ambassador Bora, I appreciate your time. Of course, over the past 4 years, the Quad leaders have met together 6 times. In fact, this also includes twice they met virtually. But the foreign ministers have met 8 times in the last 5 years. So there has been a continued engagement, a continuous engagement, if I may say. But what makes this Quad summit, which is, of course, the last one of President Joe Biden, the most significant one, or should I say one of the most significant ones?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be on your amazing channel, to listen to you and to the other colleagues whose knowledge is much more than mine. May I begin by saying that I normally have very good hair, but I've surrendered it to the Lord Balaji. It was my personal prayer for the success of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 9th visit to the United States. You've talked about Quad. Ma'am, give me a moment. We all remember that Quad began with the 2004 tsunami, an act of God, and it has survived and strengthened because of the acts of a godless nation, that is known as China. What is Quad headed for? The hard core at the interior is security, and then there's an exoskeleton that prioritizes the development agenda. 4 nations have gotten together and formed this. We were the first 4 responders to the tsunami. India was the first. The rest joined in later. What about the other countries in the region? Ma'am, a region that stretches from Hollywood to Bollywood, in fact, beyond Bollywood to Africa. What do they get? And that explains the developmental issues that Quad has raised, whether it was vaccine Maitri, supply of vaccines to affected nations, or its other health issues, education, financing, infrastructure development, and so on. So there's something for everybody in Quad, in a free, inclusive, open Indo-Pacific. One other point, ma'am, and then I shall hold my peace. We talk of a free and open Indo-Pacific. 500 years ago, when they came to colonize Asia, Africa, Latin America, whoever did, there were no aircraft, no cars, no planes. They came via the sea. Again, recovery, economic recovery, badly impacted by the Chinese virus, has to be through free and open seas. Who's opposing the free and open seas? We know who's doing it. And therefore, the whole thing about Quad, which has so frightened Beijing, they called it the NATO, the Indo-Pacific NATO, and they said it'll dissipate like foam in the sea, etc. But it's going from strength to strength. So my own understanding is exactly what the Prime Minister has said, that we are here to stay. And in, ma'am, the decades to come, you will see Quad assuming a much greater relationship, whether as Quad or Quad Plus or whatever, a greater significance in bringing peace and prosperity that everybody wants across the globe. That is my hope and prayer.
I'm going to come back to you in just a bit, Ambassador. But Abhishek, Amar, one of the takeaways has been this cancer moonshot, and which will, of course, focus initially on cervical cancer, which is largely seen as a preventable cancer, and then expand to other regions. And this is largely to do with the Indo-Pacific region. Here, the fact that there is an acknowledgement of almost like a disease which has become like a viral disease, there is that acknowledgement of realities of present times.
Well, I mean, this is not new for Biden, President Biden. I think he has faced personal tragedies. So it was natural for him to extend this, bring this into it. I mean, in the last 4 years during his term, he, I think, has spoken innumerable times about fighting cancer, and the amount of money that has been put in cancer research has been tremendous. So I'm glad to see that this is going to extend beyond US to Quad as well. And the fact that in India also we have significant number of cancer patients now. I mean, if you look at the data, recent data, it seems that this disease has become, I mean, it's gone far deeper into the countryside as well, and there aren't enough in terms of infrastructure. So I'm glad that this this particular initiative has been extended beyond security and others. I think this, I mean, if you look at Quad statement today, it seems quite extensive. These countries have been talking about some of these issues. They have experience dealing with each other on these issues. So it's glad to see that they have, like, it's not just about China. I mean, China is their concern, as Ambassador Bora was saying. But I think the fact that they are talking about climate change, they're talking about technologies, they're talking about people-to-people connection, new fellowships, right? That kind of demonstrates that how these things overlap, how these things are entangled, intertwined, and an approach like this, where all these countries are talking, all 4 countries are talking to each other, this initiative would lead to something more concrete and something for future to see.
And cutting-edge areas like AI, I mean, quantum computing, semiconductors, all that has been included in this joint statement as well. So, as you said, this is quite an extensive or exhaustive, joint statement which has been issued. Irina, in terms of national security aspects of this joint statement, what has been taken forward from the last one?
Well, I think we should look at several things. One of them is commitment to fighting terrorism. And terrorism is not merely an issue of non-state actors. It's also the issue of state actors who are misusing their force, misusing their militaries towards terrorizing and their neighbors, terrorizing other states, and essentially advancing their geopolitical agenda through fear-based action rather than through partnerships, economy, and integration with their neighbors. And I think there is very much a continuity in what we're seeing from the past Quads in that respect. We're seeing increased collaboration, and I think the technology exchanges, while they have a separate commercial basis, also are clearly linked to this continuity, because the US is strongest when it builds up its allies and helps them succeed. And I think these exchanges, empowering other countries and sharing in best practices, in best available technologies, brings allies closer together. It advances mutual interest as well as mutual shared values, not only short-term geopolitical concerns, but long-term cooperation and long-term closeness far beyond immediate threats and immediate concerns. And this level of cooperation is well integrated, and we're seeing that an increase on all levels. We're seeing defense strategy that is increasingly broadened and supported and substantiated by projects like logistics centers, maritime security coordination. We are seeing these counterterrorism efforts. We are seeing that the threats are also becoming more integrated. We are seeing a mixture of state and non-state threats, including in the Indo-Pacific. China is certainly one of the leading concerns, but it is not the only one. Over the past year, we have seen Iran, Houthis, and Somali pirates all make their unfortunate mark on regional security and threaten U.S. interests in international freedom of navigation as much as individual state actors. So all of these things, I think, are comprising a very integrated, multifaceted, and multi-layered security outlook, exchange, and continuity and progress from one Quad meeting to the next at a very fast pace, I would say.
Yes, it's fast-paced, certainly, and there is another bilateral which is over now. Prime Minister Modi there putting out a tweet that he had a fruitful meeting with his Japanese counterpart as well. Ambassador Vora, before I slip into a break, I want your opinion on this as well. You know, your thoughts that besides the Quad summit, the Quad meeting which had all the four nations, the heads of the states, the Prime Minister ensuring that several bilaterals on the sidelines as well.
Yes, ma'am, that's a brilliant question. Let me put it to you like this. 2,400 years ago, there was a character called Kautilya, also known as Chanakya, who had said there can be no friendship without self-interest.
Yes.
What is the self-interest of India, for example, and the United States? As far as we are concerned, we need investment and we need access to the best technologies in the world that the United States does have, whether space, quad computing, artificial intelligence, medicine, defense, this, that, and the other. What does the United States want from us? Number one, access to the Indian market, which all the others want. We have a huge market, the biggest in the world, 1.4 billion people. And the second thing they want from us, ma'am, we are the only country in the world, and I'm saying this very slowly, very deliberately, having served both in the United States, left my heart behind that, and in other areas, in other countries in the region. Let me put it to you like this. We are the only country in the universe that can clobber the Chinese when push comes to shove. But we have the military strength, we have the economic strength, we have the political strength, we have the social strength. So this is what America wants from us. This is what we want from America. It's a natural alliance. Ditto Japan. Concluding, I just want to say that the goodwill that Japan has, not many people, and I'm 73 years young and still continuing with diplomacy after 51 years, not many people remember that at the end of the Second World War, when the world forced Japan to pay compensation or reparations or war damages, India was the one country that said, no, we don't want it. The Japanese people can keep their money. They need it for their development. This is still greatly appreciated. Whenever I travel, they say, yes, you stood by us in our moment of difficulty. We shall not forget that.
Absolutely. And I think, I'm looking at the emphasis on infrastructure. One of the pet ideas of Prime Minister Modi in the last 10 years, there has been a great degree of emphasis on infrastructure, which are seen as national assets. We'll try and debate, discuss more on that aspect because, the Quad has gone ahead and announced Quad Ports of the Future partnership. What will it really be? In fact, there will also be a Quad Regional Ports and Transportation Conference which will be hosted by India in Mumbai. So the emphasis on infrastructure, which is being called as quality infrastructure, is taking the Quad also at the next level. We'll try and discuss more on that with the panelists who are joining me early this morning. Slipping into a short break. Stay with us.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
And 4 years since elevating the Quad to a leader-level format, the Quad is more strategically aligned than ever before and is a force for good that delivers real, positive and enduring impact for the Indo-Pacific. This is what the Wilmington Declaration says after the 4th in-person Quad Summit being held in President Joe Biden's hometown and in fact in his house. Let me go back to the guests who are joining us. Spencer Crishley, coming back to you. The point being made here is that Quad is a force for good, more strategically aligned than ever. What makes it so strategically aligned, particularly, you know, it's almost like a road that they have traveled together, all these 4 nations, and they have reached this point where they are confident that further going ahead, it will be about that very trustworthy partnership.
Yes, ideally, and I think that the road ahead can have multiple paths, if I could extend that metaphor, and I think that that is part of the emerging understanding of international relations. And I want to speak with some humility here because I'm on a panel with people who actually have deep experience in this area, and my field is in the communications and politics side of things. But I think that humanity really is very young and very early on its journey overall. And it's only quite recently, really a matter of decades in human history, that I think we've begun to escape from the long, long history of pursuing objectives through the use of force and find workable systems where cooperation moves beyond just a fond hope we all have and actually becomes a practical system for progress. There was a great deal of hope after World War I, and those hopes were largely dashed in many ways. Excuse me. After World War II, there was a great deal of hope with the establishment of the United Nations and with decolonization around the world. And yet we've seen resurgences of nationalistic passions and international hostilities.
You can have a sip of water. I'm going to come back to you, sir. Let me bring in, Dr. Frawley now. Dr. Frawley, I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Crishley. You can have water in the meanwhile. Dr. Frawley, the emphasis here is on human rights, the principles of freedom, the rule of law, democratic values, sovereignty and territorial integrity. But at the same time, the declaration, and I'm looking at the declaration, it says very clearly that there is condemnation particularly of illicit missile launches in the region that violate United Nations Security Council resolution. It says that we seek a region where no country dominates and no country is dominated, one where all countries are free from coercion and one can exercise the agency to determine their futures.
Yes, that's a very important point. And we must recognize that we live in a planet. There are many countries. In fact, there are many civilizations. India's civilization is 5,000 years old, and yet it's not understood or even studied in history books in the West. The whole Indo-Pacific region has had many great cultures, monuments, Angkor Wat. It has a great history also. There are indigenous and native peoples that are still flourishing there that also need to be helped. We need to have a democratic view of diplomacy and the world as a whole. We live in a multipolar world with many important centers of learning, economy, tradition, and culture. I also want to raise a certain understanding of India. India has a population of 1/6 of the world. It has more people than Europe and North America put together. It has a greater diversity of languages and cultures, and yet it is a single nation. And it's very important that such a vision is also there through the Quad. In fact, Southeast Asia has many cultural connections, Indochina, Indonesia, and so forth. And we must remember this broader view. We're not just nation states anymore. We are ecologically connected parts of the same earth under the same rules and intelligence of nature. Our technology can bring us together, but it can also separate us if we weaponize the technology rather than turn it into simply a force of human good and sharing. So this is an opportunity to create an oceanic communication through the Indo-Pacific that can reach out to the world as a whole. We have to stop dividing humanity and recognize we are all human beings and bring together our common humanity. We have to have communication even with our enemies, because without that, there is no ground for sharing of ideas and inspirations. So the Quad has a great foundation, a great future, great leaders and motivation. So let it be taken forward with a broader vision. And India has had this view of a universal consciousness, oneself in all beings, humanity as a single family. We live in an ocean of consciousness, not just separate beings. So let's bring back that inspiration of the wisdom of the region as well. Thank you.
And it's about human-centric approach, that it is not just for nations, it's for the people. This is a true essence of our human-centric approach, is what has been said by Prime Minister Modi. And he also said, one earth, one health. Yes, you wanted to make a point. Go ahead, Spencer Crinchley.
Well, let's hope my voice will cooperate. Something seems to be drifting through the air here in California that wants to silence me. Yes, I just wanted to say that, we're still early in our journey. And I think this perhaps picks up from the comments just made. And sometimes it's easy to lose heart. After World War II, as I was saying, of course, the United Nations came together and there was a great deal of hope that perhaps war would be put behind us. And unfortunately, in many ways, the United Nations ends up being toothless, and the Security Council often grinds to a halt because of vetoes. And yet, efforts like the Quad Summit and other international efforts that are based on peace and cooperation and mutual prosperity do continue to be the most successful approach, even when we see wars springing up across the world at this moment. The United States, I think, has made its mistakes over time, but when it's done best is when it has lived up to the values it professes, which is sometimes seen as idealistic, but which I think ends up having great realistic benefits as well. For example, the Marshall Plan approach following World War II, instead of the usual cycle of punishment that has followed wars traditionally. And similarly, I think we're seeing it now here with this Quad Summit relationship, where we have 4 very different countries in many ways, and yet they can meet on the ground of shared values and a shared commitment to peaceful prosperity.
All right, thank you so much for joining us this morning here in India, for sharing your thoughts as well. Dr. David Frawley, Spencer Critchley, Amy Takanian, Ambassador Vora, Abhishek, and Irina. Thank you for sharing your views. We are slipping into a short break. This remains our top focus here on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
Prime Minister Modi, in a big announcement, said that India will provide 40 million indigenously prepared vaccines for the cervical cancer at the Cancer Moonshot event in Delaware on the sidelines of the Quad Summit. Making the announcement, the Prime Minister also extended support of sampling kits, detection kits and a vaccine worth $7.5 million. Speaking at the Cancer Moonshot event in United States, Prime Minister Modi also said that when Quad acts, it's not just for the nations, but also for the people. Listen in. In fact, President Joe Biden said that I'm proud to announce that Quad Cancer Moonshot to end cancer around the world, starting with cervical cancer. Cervical cancer is one of the most preventable cancers, yet every year 150,000 women in Indo-Pacific die from it. We cannot and will not let that continue. There are several aspects of the joint declaration. We'll try and discuss that in just a bit. A quick break and then I'm coming back.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Prime Minister Modi, in his opening remarks at the Quad Summit, highlighted that the Quad is here to stay, to assist, to partner and complement. He reiterated the free and open Indo-Pacific goal.
Quad is here to stay, to assist, to partner and to complement.
The Quad joint statement flags China's aggressive behavior in South China Sea. Quad leaders commit to reform UN Security Council to make it more inclusive. On Ukraine war, the Quad says that the threat of use of nuclear weapons is unacceptable. India to play a key role in Quad's new regional maritime initiative in Indo-Pacific. India is set to take over and host the Quad Leaders Summit in 2025. Prime Minister Modi emphasized the importance of the Quad amidst tensions and conflicts in the world. Prime Minister Modi spoke at the Cancer Moonshot event on the sidelines of the Quad Summit. He said that India will provide 40 million cancer vaccines. He emphasized when the Quad acts, it's not just for nations, but for the people.
When the Quad acts, it is not just for nations, it is for the people.
Prime Minister Modi and US President Joe Biden held a bilateral on the sidelines of the Quad Summit. Prime Minister Modi said that the meeting comes as a special start to a significant visit, while Biden said ties with India have become stronger. With a clear message that Quad is here to stay, Prime Minister Modi has begun day one of his three-day visit to United States. That remains our top focus here on NDTV this morning. Hello everyone, good morning. And in other news, a night curfew was imposed in Sri Lanka despite peaceful polls. Sri Lanka voted to elect a president in the most peaceful polls in its history. Prime Minister Narendra Modi made his opening remarks at the Quad Summit. He said a free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific is the shared priority and commitment of the Quad countries. Joe Biden, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida were also present in that meeting held at US President's hometown of Wilmington. In his opening remarks, Prime Minister Modi pointed out that the Quad summit is being held at a time when the world is surrounded by tensions and conflicts. And let me go straight to Long Island, where Vishnu Shom is joining us live. Vishnu, good morning to you from here in India. But Vishnu, as someone who has tracked all the Quad summits since its inception, how many miles have the Quad leaders traveled from day one to now?
Well, let me actually just flip that a little bit around, because I do believe that in terms of this visit, it's the bilateral with the United States which has achieved a great deal more than Quad. Quad at one level is a talk shop, and while they were more direct in their reference to China this time, it is truly amazing what this landmark bilateral agreement, the joint statement with the United States is. So let me just quickly go through point by point what the bilateral statement actually refers to. It refers to a speedy transfer of jet engines to the Indian Air Force to India. That's been a delay in the US, which is why the delivery of Tejas fighters has been delayed. It makes reference to the Predator drone deal, which is on the verge of being finalized. That finds mention as well. The fabrication of semiconductors in India through a new fab, that's mentioned. The United States backing India's efforts at being a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, that's there as well. There are references to India and NASA, ISRO and NASA, and their cooperation in the space program. So these are absolutely clear deliverables, but perhaps most importantly, maritime domain awareness at a time when there has been so much presence of Chinese research vessels in the Indian Ocean, about the reported presence of Chinese submarines in the Indian Ocean, certainly Chinese warships as well. Enhanced maritime domain awareness essentially refers to intelligence sharing between the navies of India and the United States, so that there is a bigger idea and perspective of where China is actually deployed. India will be sharing responsibilities with the United States when it comes to guarding and patrolling the economic zones and the economic waterways around or in the Arabian Sea. So these are all firm, clear statements of intent. Some of these are being delivered as we speak.
Okay. In terms of deliverables, you have highlighted that, Vishnu. So thank you so much. But Vishnu, also that there was other bilaterals held as well with the Australians and also with the Japanese Prime Minister.
Yeah, that's right. So these are important bilaterals. You would expect these to have been held since all of these leaders were together for the Quad summit, which took place. And all of them have reaffirmed what their key issues are, their key concerns are, and in many senses that all comes back to China. And that's where the Quad statement that you've been referring to, Maria, has actually been so very important. The Quad's references this time around to China, aggression in the Asia-Pacific region, North Korea, the importance of freedom of movement has been stated much more directly than in the past. Now, Quad is not an overt military group. The military or the group is AUKUS, of which India is not a member. Of course, there are the Malabar series of naval exercises on the sidelines of Quad. But this time around, I think the references to China, the references to the importance of free mobility in the seas, and the language which is used is very direct. There are concerns about North Korean missile tests. There are concerns about what China may be doing off the Straits of Taiwan as well, in addition, of course, to the South China Seas and the Indian Ocean region. All these nations are together very much promoting maritime security in the Asia-Pacific region.
Vishnu, before I let you go, and I know you have been extremely exhausted because of the extensive coverage that you have brought to us, but a word on what next for the Prime Minister in these 2 days.
Well, I can tell you the fun part is going to be tomorrow, and I'll certainly be looking out for that. I've spoken, Maria, to the organizers of the Modi event. We've got those interviews on NDTV, which will be playing out. There are people over here who have each contributed $100,000 towards making this event actually take place. There are people who have come from all across the United States. In fact, I'm in a hotel which resembles or feels like a place where there's a big shadi, a big fat Indian wedding taking place. That's the sense of joy. And you find that reflected in the conversations of the people that we've spoken to. Some of the people I spoke to includes a businessman who runs 2,000 petrol pumps in America, somebody who's considered a stainless steel king in America, one of the leading doctors and physicians in America, a cancer care specialist who's the co-convener over here. People who've lived in India lived in the United States for 50 odd years, incredibly successful, coming together, wanting to make this really work. So that's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be today for you, tomorrow for me, at about 11 in the morning, and we'll catch them in the morning as they go out to that stadium. Of course, the Prime Minister will be having an important meeting with CEOs as well. Several top CEOs lined up for that roundtable meeting. That will be in New York later on in the day.
Thank you, Vishnu. Shom there reporting from Long Island, and good night to you as you prepare for the next day. Thank you so much, Vishnu. Let me bring in my guests now. Jitendra Nath Misra is a former ambassador and a professor at O.P. Jindal Global University. We have Ashok Sajjanhar, a former diplomat, and Raymond Vickery is a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of Commerce. Jitendra Nath Misra, beginning with you, sir. Our message is clear. Quad is here to stay, to assist, to partner, and to complement. While we look at the journey of Quad from its inception to now, certainly there is a lot of, I would say, emphasis on deliverables, on areas of future.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Maria, for this invitation. There are deliverables. Yes, of course, Quad is not a military alliance. It's a strong partnership between 4 countries who share strategic concerns mutually. Now, that's the first point. The second point is political. There was a question directed at US President Biden, is Quad going to survive November? Well, he put an arm around Prime Minister Modi and said it will be there for a long time. There is a bipartisan Quad caucus that has been announced in the United States, consisting of both the parties in both the houses. That itself is a political message, because there was some concern that because President Biden will not seek re-election and because Prime Minister Kishida is going to step down at the end of September, so what now for Quad? But Quad is not based on personalities. It's based on perceptions and common and mutual interests. Another additionality I'm glad to note is the vaccine initiative that was announced, I think, in the 2022 summit after COVID, that is US technology, Japanese funding, and Indian manufacturing for the common good of the Indo-Pacific. That really led nowhere. After the COVID crisis petered down, that initiative kind of petered out in a way. Nothing happened. But I'm very glad that there is the 40 million cancer vaccines proposal. And of course, India has to be at the center of that, because India is the center of vaccine manufacturing. So that's an additionality. The other thing is Coast Guard exercises. It's very important. So Quad is moving in from like-mindedness and from talk and declarations of intent to doing something actually on the ground. And as you know, the Coast Guards of the 3 other countries will be welcomed by the US. And so that's leading to some kind of joint operability, some kind of joint action, which is very important. And it's parallel to things like Malabar, but it's under the Quad initiative. Then, of course, the Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness, which was the great additionality in the past, concerning dark shipping and illegal fishing and things like that. That's going to be extended from the Indo-Pacific, which is a very vague kind of geographical concept, because some say it comes to the west of India and some say to the east coast of Africa. India says that the Indo-Pacific really is up to the eastern geography of the African coast. There was a different point of view coming from the United States in the past because of the issues between the Central Command and the Pacific Command. which is that the Indo-Pacific ends at the western coast of India. So that's going to now extend to the Indian Ocean explicitly. So that's another, conceptually, it's a breakthrough because it defines the geographies in a clearer way. But having said all that, Quad is still a partnership. It's not an alliance. It's not a substitute for AUKUS. As Minister Jaishankar had said a few years ago, they are different, and they will be different, and the focus will be different. But Quad, I'm sure, is here to stay,
yes,
as long as Chinese aggressive behavior continues. Thank you.
And Raymond Vickery, would you also say that there is also a reimagination of what it started with to now when it looks at its own growth? There is this sense that there is a need for cooperation in healthcare. That's something that has been announced with regards to the moonshot, that one world, one health, as Prime Minister Modi announced, and Quad Cancer Moonshot. That's that was the event where he participated, and that sense that how Quad is significant for the human race, that it's not just for nations, it's for its people.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, and thanks very much for having me. It seems to me this has been a most remarkable day in U.S.-India relations, and perhaps more importantly, in relations among the great democracies of the Indo-Pacific. The whole idea of the Quad was to provide a way for India to cooperate with other leading democracies in the Indo-Pacific. After all, without India, there's no Indo in Indo-Pacific, it's just Pacific. That, it seems to me, is succeeding, and it has gone from its inception to just something to be responsive to natural disasters into really a full-fledged partnership with due regard to the sensibilities, particularly of India, of not having, being in a military alliance. But even there, you can see that there is cooperation. When you're talking about maritime domain and information about where ships are going, and you talk about Coast Guard being involved, the Coast Guards of all four nations. When you have an Operation Malabar of the same four nations that admittedly is not directly a part of Quad, it is plain that what is going on here is that India is entering fully into the security architecture to try to build peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific in the face of an authoritarian threat, which is as much to India as it is to any other country. I would also point out, following up on the joint statement between the two leaders, between President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, there's a lot of meat in there in regard to semiconductors, not only in the investment in a fabrication plant, but the coordination of production so that we're not competitive, but cooperative. It even goes so far as to one of Prime Minister Modi's favorite themes, and that is building employment. We're talking about Ford auto parts. And so I think it's across the board, and it's very significant.
Absolutely, and we are playing out those visuals, in fact, which shows that 297 antiquities will be heading home. Ambassador Sajjanar, good to see you this morning. So thank you for your time here on NDTV. Before I ask you a question, let's play that crucial question that was asked by the journalists who had gathered outside President Joe Biden's home. When question was asked, who will take forward and what really is the future of Quad? Listen in to what he said. That in just a bit, but that that very important gesture, Ambassador Sajjanar. Okay, let's listen into that.
Your Excellencies, Rashtrapati Biden, Pradhan Mantri Kishida, और प्रधानमंत्री अल्बनीसी, मेरे तीसरे कार्यकाल के शुरुआत में ही आज क्वाड समिट में मित्रों के साथ भाग लेते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। क्वाड की 20वीं वर्षगांठ को मनाने के लिए राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने अपने शहर विल्मिंगटन से बेहतर जगह नहीं हो सकती। एमट्रेक जो के रूप में आप जिस प्रकार से इस शहर और डेलावेयर से जुड़े रहे हैं, कुछ वैसा ही रिश्ता आपका क्वाड से भी रहा है। आपके नेतृत्व में 2021 में पहली समिट का आयोजन किया गया और इतने कम समय में हमने अपने सहयोग को हर दिशा में अभूतपूर्व तरीके से बढ़ाया है। इसमें व्यक्तिगत रूप से आपकी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। मैं क्वाड के लिए आपकी दृढ़ प्रतिबद्धता, आपके नेतृत्व और आपके योगदान के लिए आपको हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, हमारी बैठक ऐसे समय हो रही है जब विश्व तनावों और संघर्षों से घिरा हुआ है। ऐसे में साझा डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज के आधार पर क्वाड का मिलकर साथ चलना पूरी मानवता के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। हम किसी के खिलाफ नहीं हैं। हम सभी एक रूल्स बेस्ड इंटरनेशनल ऑर्डर, संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता के सम्मान और सभी मसलों के शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से हल निकालने का समर्थन करते हैं। फ्री, ओपन, इंक्लूसिव और प्रॉस्परस इंडो पैसिफिक हमारी साझा प्राथमिकता और साझा प्रतिबद्धता। हमने मिलकर हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी, क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज, क्लाइमेट चेंज, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग जैसे क्षेत्रों में कई सकारात्मक और समावेशी इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। हमारा मैसेज साफ है, क्वाड इज हियर टू स्टे, टू असिस्ट, टू पार्टनर एंड टू कॉम्प्लीमेंट। मैं एक बार फिर राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और सभी साथियों का अभिवादन करता हूं। 2025 में क्वाड लीडर्स समिट का आयोजन भारत में करने में हमें खुशी होगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Will the Quad survive beyond the election in November? The Quad, will it survive regardless of the outcome? Mr. President, will the Quad survive beyond the election in November? The Quad, will it survive regardless of the outcome?
An important gesture there by President Joe Biden, talking about the future of Quad, as Ambassador Misra was pointing out. Ambassador Sajanar, thank you so much. Your thoughts on this? Of course, we have discussed the Quad Cancer Moon shot and also the first ever Quad at Sea ship observer mission in 2025. There are a lot of logistical network support that has been highlighted, projects of future as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maria. Always a pleasure to be with you. Let me, try to respond to this question that was posed and what you have also mentioned. When the Quad, the revival of the Quad took place in November of 2017 on the margins of the East Asia Summit in Manila, Philippines, you would have noticed that at that time, the doubters and the naysayers, particularly China, the Chinese foreign minister had said that it's like a bubble in the sea. It's like froth and it is going to disappear very quickly. It is not going to stay. But then we have seen that from 2017 till about 2020, it moved along at, at a slow pace. But truly, since March 2021, after President Biden took over in January of that year, and in March, the first virtual summit was held. And over the last 3.5 years, we have had 6 summits of the Quad, 4 of them being in person. And I think the rise of the Quad has been truly meteoric. And, now China or any of the other countries don't make this comment that the Quad is going to disappear. But I think the question, Maria, came in because if there is a change of guard in the White House, and if the presidency were to move in the other direction, then we have seen what happened in 2017 when Mr. Donald Trump came in. And he basically sidelined all the initiatives that had been taken, significant initiatives, not all, several, most of them, initiatives that had been taken by President Obama, whether it is the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, whether it is the Paris Accord, whether it is the reconciliation with Iran, even on the domestic front. One initiative, of course, that he did not sideline was relations with India. Relations with India were growing since Clinton's visit in March 2000, and they have continued to grow. So I think the question here was whether anyone who comes after Mr. Biden, if it is Mr. Trump, he also might push this to the side. But again, my own assessment is that if Shinzo Abe can be seen as the one who really started this whole concept of the Indo-Pacific and the Quad, Donald Trump can really be seen as the person who revived it in 2017. Of course, the contribution of President Joe Biden is enormous because he brought it to the summit level. The first summit was held under his leadership, and then it has continued to grow in terms of expansion of its scope, expansion of its mandate, and rather than being limited to being a purely security grouping, it has truly evolved as a force for global good. And so I think what we are seeing in terms of what you have mentioned and what the other panelists have also mentioned as to the expansion of the spectrum of activities of the Quad, that is very impressive. And I think definitely it has a very huge contribution to make to peace, stability, security, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific.
Okay.
Maria.
Okay. We are getting those visuals now coming in from New York, where Prime Minister Modi has reached New York now, and there will be an important diaspora meeting. That interaction becomes important. Raymond Vickery, your thought particularly on the future of Quad. Of course, the indication or gesturing by President Joe Biden speaks volumes about it. But if there is a change of regime, of course, Kamala Harris will ensure continuity. But what about Donald Trump?
Well, I think that's a very good question. But as has just been said, even though the former President Trump has been very erratic, it's going to be very difficult for him to say the Quad shouldn't go forward when it was revived, at least on the ministerial level, during his watch. And I think there's no question, though, that one of the emphases here of President Biden is to try to institutionalize this Quad relationship as much as possible, so that it is so embedded in the security architecture for the entire Indo-Pacific region in so many areas that even a person who is as erratic as the former president will find it extremely difficult to disown it. So I think that that's a subtext here. And I want to say again about how remarkable this is in terms of timing and scope. The joint statement doesn't just stop at Indo-Pacific. It covers Ukraine, it covers Gaza, it covers the South China Sea in very explicit detail, North Korea. There have been many of us who've advocated that the United States and India particularly should join together to drive peace and prosperity throughout the world. UN reform is on the anvil. All of these things need to be done, and I think that Prime Minister Modi is to be congratulated for seizing the moment, and one can only hope that it is not something which will show any lacking, because the hour is late and the need is great if you look across the world to build peace and prosperity. And the great democracies are in an ideal position to try to do that, to prevent us from going down the trail to war, nuclear war, and what mankind has done in the past.
Ambassador Misra, coming to you now. Of course, as Ambassador Sajanhar was pointing out about the clear messaging that is coming, it's no longer a talk shop. It has walked quite a bit, and all these leaders, the four heads of countries, are in agreement on multiple issues, particularly about the Indo-Pacific. But, in terms of their ideas of democracy, the shared values, and looking at concrete achievements, and the journey from just having strategic partnership to now where they talk about the larger humanity?
Well, I don't give a lot of importance to things like shared values in foreign affairs and interstate relations. These create a good atmosphere, a feel-good kind of atmosphere. But in actual statecraft, it is the core issues and the hard issues of security and strategic issues that take center stage. I would just like to add something to the big question: will Quad survive November? And there seems to be a consensus very clearly amongst all of us that it will, and the reasons have been given. But I don't think it's based on personalities so much as interests. And as long as Chinese behavior at the present level of assertiveness, even aggressiveness in the South China Sea, Taiwan, Japan, and of course India continues, and economic coercion of Australia, it has subsided somewhat. And the differences, of course, with the United States, the structural differences. As long as these things continue, there is a common interest among all the four countries of the Quad to be together and to act together. And China is the unwritten part of the script. Nobody talks about China in name. It's very much there. But on the other hand, what could take Quad in a different direction is if there is a reset of relations between the United States and China on the one hand, between India and China on the one hand, and on the other hand, and thirdly, also between Australia and China. And in all three cases, there seems to be some movement towards some degree of accommodation. There's been, of course, meetings, visits by the US National Security Advisor and Secretary of State to China, and India and China are now talking more seriously about trying to contain the border standoff and to reverse it in some way in the remaining areas. And Australia, on the trade front, there seems to be some kind of accommodation. So if the China problem subsides and becomes less intense in terms of Chinese aggressive behavior, then of course we don't know where Quad will go, because India has already succeeded in persuading the three partners that Quad need not and should not be a security forum, and that's why AUKUS came into being. Because Quad was not making a movement in that direction. And India has also steered it towards the Indo part, as we heard, of the Indo-Pacific. So that's the success of Indian diplomacy. But on the other hand, we are talking about things like Gaza and Ukraine, and of course the vaccine initiative and other things. And the Indo-Pacific maritime domain awareness, which is very, very important, the most important. I've spoken about the other things. So we really don't know what Quad will look like in the next 2 or 3 years. It'll depend to a great degree on Chinese behavior.
Right, thank you so much for joining us this morning, Raymond Vikri, Ashok Sajanhar and Jitendra Nath Misra. We are slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates from Ground Zero, United States in just a bit. Vishnu Shom has been sending us lots of reports and interviews. We'll be playing that as well.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians.
Your Excellencies, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा और प्रधानमंत्री अल्बनीसी, मेरे तीसरे कार्यकाल के शुरुआत में ही आज क्वाड समिट में मित्रों के साथ भाग लेते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। क्वाड की 20वीं वर्षगांठ को मनाने के लिए राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने अपने शहर विल्मिंगटन से बेहतर जगह नहीं हो सकती। एमट्रेक जो के रूप में आप जिस प्रकार से इस शहर और डेलावेयर से जुड़े रहे हैं, कुछ वैसा ही रिश्ता आपका क्वाड से भी रहा है। आपके नेतृत्व में 2021 में पहली समिट का आयोजन किया गया और इतने कम समय में हमने अपने सहयोग को हर दिशा में अभूतपूर्व तरीके से बढ़ाया है। इसमें व्यक्तिगत रूप से आपकी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। मैं क्वाड के लिए आपकी दृढ़ प्रतिबद्धता, आपके नेतृत्व और आपके योगदान के लिए आपको हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, हमारी बैठक ऐसे समय हो रही है जब विश्व तनावों और संघर्षों से घिरा हुआ है। ऐसे में साझा डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज के आधार पर क्वाड का मिलकर साथ चलना पूरी मानवता के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। हम किसी के खिलाफ नहीं हैं। हम सभी एक रूल्स बेस्ड इंटरनेशनल ऑर्डर, संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता के सम्मान और सभी मसलों के शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से हल निकालने का समर्थन करते हैं। फ्री, ओपन, इंक्लूसिव और प्रॉस्परस इंडो पैसिफिक हमारी साझा प्राथमिकता और साझा प्रतिबद्धता है। हमने मिलकर हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी, क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज, क्लाइमेट चेंज, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग जैसे क्षेत्रों में कई सकारात्मक और समावेशी इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। हमारा मैसेज साफ है, क्वाड is here to stay, to assist, to partner and to complement. मैं एक बार फिर राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और सभी साथियों का अभिवादन करता हूं। 2025 में क्वाड लीडर्स समिट का आयोजन भारत में करने में हमें खुशी होगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
I think there are two parts of this visit which we need to talk about right now, and the key aspect of this is that this is a landmark bilateral agreement which we've seen today between India and the United States. There was a lot which was said when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was over here in 2023, but in terms of deliverables and where India and the United States now stand, it is fairly remarkable. So let's talk a little bit about that, and we'll talk about the Quad later on, because the big takeaway, in fact, is this bilateral relationship and where that strategic relationship between India and the US actually stands. India and the US are committed to a speedy transfer of jet engine technology to India. This is very, very important, the fact that it's come up at a time when there have been delays in the supply of American engines to India's Tejas fighters. Number two, the Indian Navy will be working together with the US Navy along economic routes or maritime routes, I should say, in the Arabian Sea to ensure the security of these routes. So the closeness of both these navies working together is very important. Enhanced maritime domain awareness, that might just be words, but as I see it, it could actually imply information sharing on the movement, potentially even of submarines which the Chinese may be operating in the waters of the Indian Ocean. So that's important in terms of intelligence. Number four, there is going to be a fab which is going to be set up in India for the construction or the manufacture of state-of-the-art semiconductors. India and the US have often spoken about semiconductors, and the fact that they're going to be doing this now in India using state-of-the-art technology for a variety of reasons is another important sort of aspect of this.
The joint statement of the Quad meet has spoken about several issues. One of the first issues on your screen is health security. They have been talking about this cancer moonshot program. So, Aati, could you take us through it?
Yeah, so the Moonshot program is quite interesting. The initiative is for cervical cancer majorly. And Prime Minister Modi as well has made some announcements, Vishal, as well, especially with regard to the vaccine, right? He said that India is going to be providing the vaccine. But if we just take a look at the joint statement that's come in, it says, in terms of COVID also, we've spoken about providing $5.6 billion to the COVAX advanced market commitment. Now, they have spoken about vaccine, health security across the globe. And this time around, as per the Ministry of External Affairs, they've also said, Vishal, that it is quite key for the Quad this time around for health and healthcare globally.
Put it into perspective, just in the year 2021 and 2022, the Quad nations had exported around 400 million doses of COVID vaccine, and right now they are also focusing on the Mpox outbreak in Africa and other nations. So there have been two variants of it that have plagued a lot of countries. So they are focusing on that, and they are trying to partner with many countries to help nations get up to speed with the vaccines. Other than the health security, there are several other factors that they have spoken about. The other one is that they have spoken about the United Nations Convention. They have spoken about the United Nations Security Council and want to expand it. There are about 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council: China, Russia, UK, France. So they want to expand it. So that's a strong statement coming from Quad. So,
So they've also spoken about maritime security, right? Yeah. That's something interesting they've spoken about, specifically with regard to China, because we know that Quad is a grouping that has essentially been trying to come together to counter China's aggression. So in maritime security, they've sort of expressed concerns over South China Sea and China's expansionism in smaller nations and island nations there as well.
Last 6-7 months especially, there have been many confrontations between China and Philippines regarding South China Sea. There have been accusations from both the sides that both sides has been trying to do incursion into the other nation's waters. So the coast guards of both the countries have been ramming the ships into each other. Countries across the world have been expressing their concerns. So Quad has also spoken about it and addressed this really hot topic of Asia Pacific.
Right, talking about maritime security, there's another interesting initiative. First time ever there's going to be a Quad at sea sort of operation that they've launched, and then Indo-Pacific, there's been a maritime cooperation in the Quad. It's called Maitri. Take us through this, Vishal.
This is the first time that it will be introduced. This is Maritime Initiative for Training in the Indo-Pacific. As Aarti mentioned, it's called Maitri. So India will be hosting the first conference of this Maitri initiative in 2025, which is next year. So it encompasses a lot of issues. We have been talking about maritime issues, the Asia Pacific region specifically. So all the 4 countries, India, Australia, Japan, they will combine their Coast Guard forces, and they will take this initiative forward.
Right, Vishal, if we go back to the cancer initiative, right, for a second, interestingly, they've spoken about what exactly the Quad Cancer Moonshot initiative is. If we see here, it says it's going to focus on cervical cancer majorly. Now, we know that cervical cancer is a preventable cancer, and interestingly, there have been a lot of work in India specifically for vaccination of cervical cancer. There's been, now this is being seen as a global push for ensuring that you prevent cervical cancer and HPV. So India has also stepped forward, Vishal. Can you take us through the announcement?
Biden administration also has engaged its financial institution into providing the required finances so that this initiative could get up to speed. So the Cancer Moonshot program wants the access of the cancer treatment to get to a lot more people than it already has. So it's sort of restricted in the global scale. The treatment, they want it to expand to other nations, since Quad has nations from the Asia Pacific. So this initiative will definitely benefit India and other nations in the Asia Pacific.
And Vishal, won't it be, increasingly significant that the Quad is doing it? Because in terms of logistics and supply chains, a Quad has, based on their location and the way they are based, it has a longer reach in terms of the area that it can cover when it comes to supply chains. And especially if we're talking about vaccines, we saw how that worked during COVID as well.
That is true. So it's a very strategic area, because South China Sea particularly has been an area that has been used to transport a lot of vaccines and other stuff. So this Quad meeting has definitely laid bare these initiatives and shed light on the importance of this whole area.
Right, And talking about maritime security, we did talk about China, Vishal, but interestingly, this has been the first time ever that the Quad has come out with a strong statement on North Korea as well and their ballistic missile tests.
So North Korea has been flagged as a nation of concern. So we'll get you more updates as and when we get from the Quad statements.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on
And US Congressman Shri Thanedar exclusively spoke to NDTV, and he said that India-US ties are key to countering China in the Southeast Asia.
Why is this visit of Prime Minister Modi important to so many non-resident Indians over here? I see hundreds assembling.
Well, look, people, Indian Americans in America, all are excited to welcome Modi ji. Modi ji had a great meeting with President Biden. Both Modi ji and President Biden have great chemistry. He had great chemistry with Donald Trump as well. So he's a very charismatic leader. Prime Minister Modi ji took India from the 10th largest economy to the soon to be the 3rd largest economy. So there is so much Modi ji's vision, his leadership, his direction has brought India in the forefront of the world, and the world has so much respect. The meeting that happened today between US President and Prime Minister Modi ji talks about bilateral relationship, talks about the Quad, talks about collaboration in education, in defense, military technology, IT, newer technologies like AI. There is just so much India and US can do with the strong ties. Especially it is important now that we stop China. China has been very aggressive, and United States does not want China to use these unfair labor practices, unfair trade practices, disrespect for patent law. Sure. So we need to really challenge China, and we can do that better with a strong relationship with India.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV. Prime Minister Modi, in his opening remarks at the Quad Summit, highlighted that Quad is here to stay, to assist, to partner and complement. He reiterated the free and open Indo-Pacific goal.
Quad is here to stay, to assist, to partner and to complement.
President Biden's Quad quip as he hands baton to Prime Minister Modi. Reporter asks, will Quad last after November polls? President Biden replies with his hands on Prime Minister Modi's shoulder.
Mr. President, will the Quad survive beyond the election in November?
What survive?
The Quad, will it survive regardless of the outcome?
Way beyond November.
Quad joint statement is issued. It flags China's aggressive behavior in South China. Quad leaders commit to reforms in United Nations Security Council to make it more inclusive. On the Ukraine war, Quad says that the threat of use of nuclear weapons is unacceptable, and India will play a key role in Quad's new regional maritime initiative in Indo-Pacific. Prime Minister Modi and US President Joe Biden held a bilateral on the sidelines of the Quad Summit. Prime Minister Modi said that the meeting comes as a special start to a significant visit, while Biden said ties with India have become stronger. Indian antiquities to return home. Fruits of Prime Minister Modi's US visit. 297 antiquities to return from United States. From Quad Cancer Moonshot, clearly a groundbreaking partnership to save lives in the Indo-Pacific region, to Quad at Sea Ship Observer mission in 2025. Lots to discuss on the special broadcast, but first up, other news. A night curfew was imposed in Sri Lanka despite peaceful polls. Sri Lanka voted to elect a president in the most peaceful polls in its history. The first and the crucial leg of Prime Minister Modi's three-day visit to the United States is over. He made his opening remarks at the Quad Summit. He said a free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific is the shared priority and commitment of the Quad countries. Joe Biden, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida were also present in that meeting being held at US President, his hometown of Wilmington. In his opening remarks, Prime Minister Modi pointed out the Quad Summit is being held at a time when the world is surrounded by tensions and conflicts. Let's listen in to Prime Minister Modi's opening comments first.
Your Excellencies, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन, प्रधानमंत्री किशिदा और प्रधानमंत्री अल्बनीसी, मेरे तीसरे कार्यकाल के शुरुआत में ही आज क्वाड समिट में मित्रों के साथ भाग लेते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। क्वाड की 20वीं वर्षगांठ को मनाने के लिए राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने अपने शहर विल्मिंगटन से बेहतर जगह नहीं हो सकती। एमट्रेक जो के रूप में आप जिस प्रकार से इस शहर और डेलावेयर से जुड़े रहे हैं, कुछ वैसा ही रिश्ता आपका क्वाड से भी रहा है। आपके नेतृत्व में 2021 में पहली समिट का आयोजन किया गया और इतने कम समय में हमने अपने सहयोग को हर दिशा में अभूतपूर्व तरीके से बढ़ाया है। इसमें व्यक्तिगत रूप से आपकी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। मैं क्वाड के लिए आपकी दृढ़ प्रतिबद्धता, आपके नेतृत्व और आपके योगदान के लिए आपको हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, हमारी बैठक ऐसे समय हो रही है जब विश्व तनावों और संघर्षों से घिरा हुआ है। ऐसे में साझा डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज के आधार पर क्वाड का मिलकर साथ चलना पूरी मानवता के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। हम किसी के खिलाफ नहीं हैं। हम सभी एक रूल्स बेस्ड इंटरनेशनल ऑर्डर, संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता के सम्मान और सभी मसलों के शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से हल निकालने का समर्थन करते हैं। फ्री, ओपन, इंक्लूसिव और प्रॉस्परस इंडो पैसिफिक हमारी साझा प्राथमिकता और साझा प्रतिबद्धता है। हमने मिलकर हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी, critical and emerging technologies, climate change, capacity building जैसे क्षेत्रों में कई सकारात्मक और समावेशी इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। हमारा मैसेज साफ है, क्वाड इज हियर टू स्टे, टू असिस्ट, टू पार्टनर एंड टू कॉम्प्लीमेंट। मैं एक बार फिर राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और सभी साथियों का अभिवादन करता हूं। 2025 में क्वाड लीडर्स समिट का आयोजन भारत में करने में हमें खुशी होगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Lot of deliverables in particularly this Quad Summit. Let me bring in my guests now for joining us early this morning. Dr. Swasti Rao is joining us. Thank you so much for your time here, ma'am. Veena Sikri, former diplomat. We have Saurabh Shukla, editor-in-chief of newsmobile.in. I'm going to begin with you, Dr. Rao. Of course, you know, the fact that it was India's tenure for Quad, but Prime Minister Modi extending that special gesture, understanding fully well that President Joe Biden's tenure is coming to an end. And then that gesture that comes, which is making headline of the question that was asked by a reporter in Wilmington, that what is the future of Quad beyond November?
Well, a very good morning to you out there. And yes, I think this is a gesture from India's side to acknowledge the fact that President Biden is going to be stepping down. And this is a kind of a farewell gesture to have it right there in Delaware and, you know, to give a personal touch to, you know, to the entire event as President Biden would step down. But as far as Quad being here to stay, I think it's very, very clear. Quad has defied expectations in every which way. And, you know, you see that there has been intent. There has been this geopolitical moment that the parties have involved have been able to encash. There is obviously a question of the hugest diaspora that India has anywhere else in the world. There's also strategic convergence and growing strategic convergence. You also see that this is backed by a lot of substantive engagement. There have been initiatives. There has been momentum. You know, the four leaders, regardless of who's in power, have been pushing for it. And what we need now is basically consolidation and sustaining commitments, right? So I think in many ways, this particular Quad Summit was all about also taking stock of how far the four leaders have come, especially, and not just the four leaders, but also, you know, bilaterally between Prime Minister Modi and, you know, President Biden. So how have we come so far? What do we do to take it to the next level? And I'm actually very happy that, you know, on two things, I see a kind of a very realistic assessment on the fact that India continues with the China agnosticism. I think it's perfectly in India's interest to remain China agnostic, because we do not really want to play into the Chinese narrative of Quad becoming a nation, NATO and all of that. And besides, it's not even India's worldview. You know, India's worldview is to actually think of collaborative frameworks and not alliances. And that was reaffirmed by the Prime Minister very well. But I think what I'm really in many ways satisfied about is this Maitri, which is the maritime, you know, this new initiative that has been launched, which is built on the existing IPMTA. Because like I've been saying, that if you really want to provide some sort of a security solution to this vast maritime security landscape, such as the Indo-Pacific, I mean, you really need to be getting more serious about how to real-time link you know, your information, and especially maritime domain information and maritime domain awareness, as it is called, you know, in technical terms. So they did come up with an IPMTA in 2022, and then in 2 years now they have come up. Now they're scaling it up, and now they have new programs through which they will enable the partners in the region to basically maximize tools which were already provided by IPMTA to monitor and enforce their laws. And I think this is something which is going to have strategic implications as well, because as you see, most of this discussion has been around illegal fishing. And you know that there is this one country that we're calling out against. Not just that, I think this is also in many ways taking this very crucial thing forward, which is about having this Quad Ship Observer Mission 2025, this launch. And next year, when India hosts the Quad Summit in Delhi, we would probably see building on this. And apart from this, of course, I mean, if you look at the joint statement, which is now released, and I was reading the joint statement as we began discussing, you know, today, I think it's a very comprehensive joint statement, right from, you know, the cancer moonshot to investments to humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. I mean, you will see that the Quad has touched upon every single aspect. However, I'm of the opinion that if it really has to flourish as a security architecture, even though a hybrid security architecture, not really a military security architecture, that I think India is very clear on. I think we need really to get our act together for real-time linking on information portals around MDA, etc. So
Yes.
I would say that I think I see a commitment to take this conversation forward. And obviously this is fueled, I mean, there's no way not to acknowledge that this is getting fueled by this wonderful momentum that India-US bilateral relationship is showing, which is of course complementing everything that you're seeing in the Quad.
Yes, absolutely. Saurav Shukla, coming to you now, because we are looking at deliverables, and it talks about certainly that India will provide $7.5 million worth HPV sampling kits, detection kits. Then it talks about commitment from Serum Institute in terms of Gavi and the Quad to support orders of 40 million HPV vaccine. So that health partnership, I feel, is also a significant aspect of it. While we look at the security and other challenges, it's about making it people-centric. It's about people more than cooperations at the at the strategic level.
Absolutely, Maria. And if you heard the Prime Minister, he clearly said that this Quad partnership is not directed against any country. The cancer moonshot is something which obviously will make sure that it will benefit the people at large. Also, but it has a huge strategic dimension. Today's meeting at the Quad summit, Prime Minister made it very clear that India, as a key member of Quad, will continue to be a stabilizing member of the grouping, will also make sure it will work, at large to stop China's hegemonic and aggressive designs against the countries, in East Asia, in the South China Sea, because Quad is, if you see, strengthening of the maritime initiative comes at a very critical time when China has been trying to bully a lot of these countries. India's stand is very clear, that which has been apparent from Prime Minister Modi's first term itself, where India wants friendship with other countries, but it will make sure that if there are countries like China which have aggressive tendencies, it will take it on. If you remember, India was one of the first countries to ban TikTok, which many countries have not been able to do. So, clear messaging to China coming out of the Quad Summit today that you either come and collaborate and follow the rules-based international order. Otherwise, countries, democracies across the globe will unite to make sure that they are the force of stability. And that's what India is coming through this Quad meeting. And you will see at the UN summit as well. Prime Minister Modi is continuing to go and signal that India will play the role of peacemaker, whether it comes to the Ukraine war or even in Gaza. And that is the message that is going to come out. India is also going to demonstrate that it will be the voice of future. It will be the voice for the global South and also other countries which want global peace. And that is the reason why, whether it's AI, clean technology, global war against terrorism, India's voice will be heard through Prime Minister Modi in a very, very formidable manner. Tomorrow when he addresses the UN General Assembly here. And I must tell you, speaking to a lot of observers, especially people who were speculating that, some of the irritants in the relationship may cloud the summit, it was a very, very warm meeting. A Prime Minister wanted to demonstrate a gesture as well to Joe Biden, who has been a great friend of India and has been really pushing hard for this partnership with India. Today, India and the US enjoy one of the biggest strategic partnerships that exists anywhere in the world. And I think under the leadership of President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, this partnership has got a new boost. And whoever comes, whoever wins the November elections, this partnership will continue to stay because it has a bipartisan support. That's something which is the big messaging. Because if you recall, India's relationship, whether it was under the Republican president of Donald Trump or Joe Biden, has continued to grow. And that is the message a Prime Minister will deliver during his visit to the US here as well, Maria.
Thank you for putting that across so well, Saurav Shukla there. Ambassador Sikri, coming to you, From the day of its inception, which the Chinese said at that time it was a talk shop, to now, when it has become a grouping which is looking at solutions for the world. Of course, all these countries have seen their, particularly, Australia has seen a leadership change, but then they have also ensured commitment towards this grouping.
Yes, I think that one has to really look at the very substantive document that has come out of the Quad meeting. It's the 4th in-person Quad meeting, but I think this document is so well put, the Wilmington Declaration, because it's based on peace and stability. It's based on ensuring peace and stability, but it also draws a great concern to potential aggressive intentions by certain countries. There is a sentence in this document which says that the Quad wants a region, the Indo-Pacific, where no country dominates and no country is dominated. And this is drawing attention to the actions which happen. They drew attention to various aggressive actions that have taken place in the Indo-Pacific in recent times. And we know between Philippines and China what has happened in other areas in the maritime aspect. That is one very important point, that it is quite unequivocal on this point. And the second point I think we must focus on is that it builds on, it's drawing into itself existing regional organizations. There is a mention, for example, of ASEAN. The centrality of ASEAN is a very important point, always has been for Quad. It also mentions PIF, the Pacific Islands Forum. And this is very important because you're right, from the Pacific at one end, it comes to the Indian Ocean at the other end, and it mentions the IORA, the Indian Ocean Rim Association. Now, these are very, very interesting and important statements, because here the Quad is going to draw upon these regional organizations and build them into the cooperative endeavor that they want for ensuring peace and security in the Indo-Pacific. I think this is a very, very important and specific aspect of peace and security in the Indo-Pacific that this document draws on. The reference to the Maitri, the creation of the Coast Guards, the security initiative. This is a very important collaboration between the Coast Guards of these countries to ensure maritime security. And we know that in this age of piracy, where piracy is again reared its ugly head, and where the Indian Navy and the Indian Coast Guard have done wonderful steps and wonderful specific initiatives to stop piracy, to overcome piracy attempts, and to help vessels that have been the victim of piracy. So I think this is a very, very important part. The health sector initiative, the Cancer Moonshot, is a demonstration of how Quad is willing to step into specific areas for the benefit of the people. And I think, our Prime Minister has spoken about this, but the contribution in the way the countries will come together, you have technology coming from Japan, machines coming from Japan, cervical cancer, which affects the women of this region, is the focus, and how that is going to be tackled together. I think this is a very specific indication of regional security. And look at investor cooperation, look at economic development. The QUIN, there is the Quad Investors Network that is being set up. This is a very, very specific and very excellent initiative where you're looking at people helping the countries of the region for the economic development. So you have a QUIN economic framework which has come in, which is also very good that it is there. It also brings in the potential for bringing in the IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which already exists among the Quad countries, but also brings in 14 other countries of the region. And so, you have the Quad stating its views, drawing in existing organizations, also going into investment networks. QUIN is very important, Maitri is very important, and expressing its universality of its approach. The universality of its approach, the benefit of the people, but also very specific regions where we know there are problems. And, to look at the way Quad brings together, our Prime Minister said about 4 leading maritime democracies. This is a very important focus. There are 4 leading maritime democracies, and it's their 4th in-person Quad summit. And they're looking at tangible benefits for the people of the Indo-Pacific, and they're standing for peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. And this at a time when they're also drawing attention to world conflicts. When they're drawing attention to world conflicts, are they saying that Quad will look at those also to see what Quad can do for those international conflicts which are terrible, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's Russia, Ukraine, and other conflicts building up? So I think the comprehensiveness of the document, together with specific focus, is very valuable indeed, because it gives the portfolio that is prepared for the rest of the year, for next year, for Quad.
Okay, Saurav Shukla, since you say that the Quad will continue to dominate or continue to be this very, very crucial, powerful grouping because it has bipartisan support, but talking about the optics of it, it is being held in Wilmington, which is the hometown of President Joe Biden. He has been one of the architects of it. This is almost like a farewell shot coming in from President Joe Biden. What does it actually mean for him and the Democrats in this election?
Well, one was to clearly demonstrate that people who matter, world leaders are engaging with him. He's not a lame duck president. That's the reason why they wanted to, they organized the summit in Wilmington because obviously that's his hometown. He spends a lot of time here in the state of Delaware, not too far away from Washington, D.C. But it was a gesture which was, and I can tell you when this summit was being planned, India was one of the first countries to say and send their confirmation to say that because, this is Prime Minister's way to thank Joe Biden. And he did that during their meeting today as well, because he realizes the political capital that Joe Biden really invested on this India partnership was enormous. I know I covered extensively Prime Minister's visit, a landmark visit to the US, and the way President Joe Biden hosted it, went out of his way, created huge diaspora interaction in White House, which rarely happens and has been followed since then, was because of the personal capital that Joe Biden has put on this partnership. And India, obviously, Prime Minister Modi wanted to thank him, and he did that during their bilateral trip. I think, and the reason why I said why whoever wins, and India as a friend of the US, electing a president is a domestic issue of the US, and the voters in the US, they will decide on the 5th of November. But Quad and India's partnership with the US, they will stay intact because this is, I would say embedded in a common understanding that democracies should join hands to fight anyone who's opposing global peace, whether it's China's aggressive designs in South Pacific, on the South China Sea and East Asia, or elsewhere. Even if you see from Quad, there is a clear message to Russia as well that you cannot resort to nuclear blackmail. Prime Minister Modi has been one of the only world leaders who has met both Russian President Vladimir Putin and Zelensky of Ukraine. And there is an expectation from the Prime Minister by many world leaders whom he will meet at the UNGA that India can play the role of a peacemaker. If that happens, that will be a big boost for India's global diplomacy, because India has become a voice of not only global South, but the voice of those countries which were unheard, whether the countries of, South Pacific Islands. They are the ones, today they are saying that India is a leader in the global arena, which can actually bring about peace and also stability. So that's a very important thing, especially in the Prime Minister, if you recall, said that today is not the time of war. Why was this message resonating with most of the countries? Because they realize that here is a country which does diplomacy on its own term, decides to put its self-interest in front of itself when it conducts diplomacy, but it also makes sure that it will go ahead and carry on and engage the entire global community. And that's what is the message which is coming from the Prime Minister during his US trip, Maria.
Continue to stay with us and let's listen into what Vishnu Shom had to say about the big takeaways. There were bilaterals that were held on the sidelines as well in Wilmington.
I do believe that in terms of this visit, it's the bilateral with the United States which has achieved a great deal more than Quad. Quad at one level is a talk shop, and while they were more direct in their reference to China this time, it is truly amazing what this landmark bilateral agreement, the joint statement with the United States is. So let me just quickly go through point by point what the bilateral statement actually refers to. It refers to a speedy transfer of jet engines to the Indian Air Force to India, That's been a delay in the US, which is why the delivery of Tejas fighters has been delayed. It makes reference to the Predator drone deal, which is on the verge of being finalized. That finds mention as well. The fabrication of semiconductors in India through a new fab, that's mentioned. The United States backing India's efforts at being a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, that's there as well. There are references to India and NASA, ISRO and NASA, and their cooperation in the space program. So these are absolutely clear deliverables, but perhaps most importantly, maritime domain awareness at a time when there has been so much presence of Chinese research vessels in the Indian Ocean, about the reported presence of Chinese submarines in the Indian Ocean, certainly Chinese warships as well. Enhanced maritime domain awareness essentially refers to intelligence sharing between the navies of India and the United States, so that there is a bigger idea and perspective of where China is actually deployed. India will be sharing responsibilities with the United States when it comes to guarding and patrolling the economic zones and the economic waterways around or in the Arabian Sea. So these are all firm, clear statements of intent. Some of these are being delivered as we speak.
All right, Dr. Swasti Rao, here is one analysis that Quad has been a talk shop. But do you think Quad is no longer a talk shop from what it was? Perhaps in the beginning, there was a lot of talks that were happening. Now it is to ensure that it becomes not only collaboration of nations, but also collaboration of people. In order to reach to the people, these countries are making that effort. And that's the reason why you have Cancer, Moonshot and other initiatives.
Well, I mean, you're just reiterating the obvious in many ways, because let's remember that Quad, of course, does not have an institutional basis. A Quad does not come with a headquarters. It does not come with an annual summit, laid down. It doesn't have a Sherpa. It doesn't have a permanent secretariat, and those kind of things which are usually imagined as giving, consistency and giving the stability to international multilateralism or plurilateralism. I think what Quad really champions, Maria, is a kind of a nimble plurilateral, just to sort of borrow Foreign Affairs Minister's term, which is that Indo-Pacific is this region where you have a lot of nimble plurilaterals, and Quad indeed champions that idea. That's the first thing. The other thing is about, if you really look at towards the last section of the joint statement, which has been released on Quad, you see that they actually start with this, they actually end, they're concluding with this thing of how many times the Quad leaders have met, the foreign ministers, the heads of the state, etc., in the last 4 years alone, from 2020 to 2024. And then if you look at the last line, I think it very clearly sums up all the discussion that we are having or anybody might have, which is that the Quad is here to stay. So I think there is no doubt about the fact that there is a bipartisan consensus in the US, in India, generally overall, in Japan and Australia as well, as to what really do they want from the Quad. Naysayers will always be naysayers, Maria. Whenever Prime Minister goes to the US or somebody from the US comes here, you obviously know that there is also a lot of discussion. If you look at the discussion of the strategic discussion in India, you would always have naysayers who would say that, okay, but you can't really trust the US, or for example, somebody would always overstate certain complexities. I think my point is rather simple, which is that, of course, no two countries are going to have a perfect, fit when it comes to foreign policy convergence or foreign policy aspirations. I mean, countries are pursuing their national interests. I think this is a fundamental thing that we often forget. So I think no two countries are going to have a perfect fit that in that regard. But what you do see in the case of US and India is that if you look at the this development in the last 10 years, it has been nothing short of spectacular. And today, I think last month when our Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh was in the US, I think he made it very unequivocally clear that India-US strategic partnership is probably the most defining strategic partnership in the world today, right now and in the future. And what you see coming up, I mean, these two documents that that you see coming up. One, the joint statement of the Quad, of course, which I'm sure the four of us, we've been discussing on Maitri and the maritime, endeavors, and as well as all the clean technology, the infrastructure, the investments, the port development, Coast Guard cooperation. Of course, you will see step by step how things go forward in a way which is acceptable to both sides, right? So that's the first wonderful document coming out. The other wonderful document coming out is what Vishnu was just referring to, which is the India-US comprehensive partnership joint statement, where you see that they have just left no stone unturned, whether it's defense, whether it's technology. And the important thing to understand about India's defense relations with the US, which is a new age defense relation, is that it is complemented very, very strongly by a perfect convergence on emerging and critical technology. So this technological component that you see in the defense relationship that India-US have truly make it, one of its kind. I think if I speak about Europeans, perhaps the only relationship that we are closest to in this regard would be with France, with whom we have a defense industry roadmap that discusses on these things, and also we have a 2019 understanding on technological cooperation, which was ratified in 2023. But if you carefully see, we still do not have any such thing with any other of our defense partners. So the idea is very simple, which is that naysayers will be naysayers, but it is absolutely strategically logical to understand that today an empowered India in the Indo-Pacific is in the interest of the US and the larger West. And all these overtures that you see from the US side, whether it's defense, technology, Quad, or even economic investments and opportunities, all of these are actually springing from that one strategic logic, okay? Probably, the last thing is that regardless of who comes to White House again, of course, we will have to fine-tune our own strategic communication as to who is the next US president. If it is Kamala Harris administration, we would have to fine-tune it accordingly. There would not be too much difference, of course. But if there is Donald Trump coming back, perhaps there would be more changes that we would have to be ready for, because I think a lot of people are talking about and should be talking about the fact that yes, Donald Trump remains to be this protectionist and a very transactionalist kind of a figure in US politics. And also, I think this would have a bearing on what kind of a role do we play in the Ukraine war. I'm happy Saurabh, I think, mentioned it, because the Quad Summit also mentions it. The Quad Joint Statement also mentions it, Maria, because I think a lot of people do not realize that Donald Trump is not going to come and just end the war. I think if you really get into the nitty-gritty of the conversations between, say, the Republicans and the Europeans and the Ukrainians out there, and also the MAGA group, I think it is also very much possible that despite all the uncertainty around Donald Trump's comeback, there is a possibility that he might actually reactivate the Lend-Lease agreement that the Biden administration signed but never really activated and kept using the presidential drawdown authority for when it came to giving aid to Ukraine. So on the contrary, Donald Trump might actually activate that. And if he does that, he would make it more transactional. There would not be any free lunches for Ukraine anymore. But at the same time, it would mean that he's probably doubling down on that aid effort. And that would also make the war enter an escalatory phase, which even now it is pretty escalatory. So in that changed circumstance, then what is India's roles? What is India's challenges? And I think the best way to sort of get to there is to basically keep taking baby steps, keep getting the conversation forward. And like I said, that Prime Minister Modi and India have worked tirelessly to actually establish itself at the center of this global war, which is that having credibility with both sides to speak to. Yes. So I think all these things are going to have a bearing on where we are going. But what I'm very, very confident about is that the Quad is here to stay, no matter who is in the White House or in other houses in the world.
All right. Continue to stay with us, because one of the defining images of the Quad Summit was this conversation when a reporter asked President Joe Biden, what is the future of Quad post-November? This is what he gestured. Let's leave you with those visuals. I'm slipping into a short break.
Mr. President, will the Quad survive beyond the election in November?
What survive?
The Quad, will it survive regardless of the outcome? Mr. President, will the Quad survive beyond the election in November?
What survive?
The Quad, will it survive regardless of the outcome?
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr
And it's swipe it there. पाऊँ rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling.
A word now from Ambassador Sikri. Ambassador Sikri, you heard, of course, from other analysts. Your final thoughts as Prime Minister Modi continues his US trip?
Well, I must say that this visit of Prime Minister Modi is significant from so many different levels. It began with the bilateral India-US relationship, and you had a bilateral call between when Prime Minister Modi called on President Joe Biden, and that was very significant because the joint partnership statement, the facts that have come out, shows the comprehensive nature of the bilateral partnership between India and USA, and how each aspect of this bilateral partnership is being built upon steadily and strongly. If you just look at one aspect of the clean energy partnership, it's amazing to see that just in the area of clean energy partnership between India and the US, how many different aspects have been built upon. The Center for Hydrogen Safety in India, the RETAP, the Renewable Energy Technology Action Platform, and the financing for green energy, which is the cooperation between India's NIIF, the National Infrastructure Investment Fund, and the American IDFC, Investment Development Finance Corporation. So I think the detailed aspects of the India-US partnership have come out in this very valuable bilateral between our two leaders. But then it went immediately into the regional, the quadrilateral forum of Quad, where you had the four leaders meeting in their fourth in-person summit, but also adopting this very dynamic and forward-looking document. I mean, we saw the question which was given to President Joe Biden about the future of Quad and how he put his arm around Prime Minister Modi's shoulder while answering that question, which shows the continuing strength of the partnership between India and USA within the context of Quad as well. And again, Quad was such a detailed Wilmington Declaration, which comprehensively laid out the peace and security, the dangers to peace and security, and also the other aspects of the partnership in so many different areas. But building on Quad and the bilateral India-US relationship, Prime Minister Modi is going into the multilateral, the global aspect through the Summit of the Future. And this is going to be another very important aspect of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the US and this time to the UN, where again, you're going to see the strength of the India-US partnership shining through in the context of the global multilateral partnership for the future. And in the Summit of the Future, we are hoping to see very strong statements in their document that they're planning to adopt. And we do know that the US has already put out something about the expansion of the UN Security Council, where India is being mentioned definitely as a future permanent member of the Security Council, but for the present without veto. So I don't know how this is going to work out in the UN Summit of the Future and how this is going to reflect itself, whether there's going to be further work on this document and what we are going to put out as India's proposal for the multilateral Summit of the Future document. But I think this is another important way this visit has panned out, from the bilateral to the quadrilateral and to the multilateral global stage in the Summit of the Future. And within all of this, you're going to see Prime Minister Modi's interaction with a very vibrant, very dynamic Indian diaspora in the US, where you're going to see in the Colosseum today on Long Island, the Prime Minister addressing this audience, which is an audience of Indian diaspora doing so well in the American context, where they have a tremendous growth, not only in the question of education, how they're doing. It's the strongest economic community within the US. The Jewish community and the Indian community in the US are the most well-off and most dynamic and forward-looking. So I think this interaction in 3 days, in just the short span of 3 days, our Prime Minister has put on display these 3 or 4 dimensions of our foreign policy and foreign relations and strategic economic development and defense development as well.
All right, Ambassador Sikri, thank you. I appreciate your time here on NDTV for telling us the big takeaways of the Quad Summit and, of course, the bilaterals which have already taken place. There is a piece of breaking news that is coming in from the neighborhood now. This is with regards to the Sri Lanka elections. There has been an upset for President Wickremesinghe. In fact, left-leaning Anura Kumara Dissanayake is close to registering victory in the Sri Lankan presidential elections after he won 52% of the votes by 7 a.m. this morning. And the incumbent president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, is trailing behind by nearly 16% of votes. Remember, Sri Lanka went to polls on Saturday to elect the country's 10th president, marking the first election since the devastating 2022 economic crisis that led to loan default. An incumbent president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, who succeeded Rajapaksa and has been working to revitalize Sri Lanka's economy, is running for re-election, and he has faced a significant setback in these elections. So Vishal is joining us live. So Vishal, we can say it's the left-leaning Anura Kumara Dissanayake who is all set to be the next president. What has been his stand vis-a-vis India?
So right now the results are yet to be confirmed, but the local reports from Sri Lankan media have been saying from the early time of the trends that he is going to register victory. And you also mentioned that he has swept to victory and he has registered about 44% of the total votes. And the second person in the list is Sajith Premadasa, who is the main leader of opposition. He has registered about 34% of the vote. And then comes the incumbent president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, who's trailing on the third place. So this is like a commanding victory for the left-leaning party, as you mentioned. When the election commission makes the formal announcement, that is when we will finally know that he will be, going to be sworn in as the next president. So to give you a backdrop of the whole elections, this has been quite contentious in the sense that the Sri Lankan economy has been trying to get up to speeds in the last 2-3 years. It has been struggling a lot. Just about 2 years ago, there was a huge unrest in Sri Lanka, which led to the ouster of the then president Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who had to flee the country. But the stranglehold of the Rajapaksa family was still on Sri Lankan politics, and this election has proven that that stranglehold will finally come to an end, and Dissa Naike will most likely be sworn as the next president. And the party has been speaking about its relationship with India, that they want to have a good relationship with India, though the country has formal relations with China as well, but they don't want that relationship to affect the relationship with India. So that is what their stand is, and it remains to be seen when he's actually sworn in. But as of now, it seems certain that Dissa Naike will be the next president of Sri Lanka.
Okay, Vishal, before I let you go, a quick word on his background. He hasn't been really a much talked about figure as far as Sri Lankan politics is concerned. You know, we are used to discussing Mr. Rajapaksa and his entire clan, and also, Wickremesinghe clan, but not a new entrant now for the world politics, because we haven't really discussed him in the context of even Sri Lankan politics. What do we know about him?
So, as I mentioned, the public in Sri Lanka is in deep discontent. That deep discontent has been there for about 2-3 years now. The Sri Lankan economy almost collapsed. It actually collapsed 2 years ago. It had to borrow a lot of money from the International Monetary Fund. It has survived to some extent in the last 1 year. There have been some improvements in the field of economy, but the country has been struggling, and the sense of discontent still prevails. The people still want change, and that's what they have voted for, even though, as you mentioned, he's not a well-known candidate. But it's quite clear that the people in Sri Lanka, they want a big change, because even the leader of the opposition, who is quite famous, he has not, registered the most votes.
Yes, absolutely. A marked shift now in Sri Lankan politics with the arrival of a completely new face there. Thank you so much for joining us there, Vishal, for giving us the latest from Sri Lankan elections. Going back to our top story, all the details coming in now from Vishnu Shom, who's joining us and reporting from Ground Zero. He has also spoken to the organizers of the events, that is the diaspora event, which will be happening in 24 hours from now, as well as Sri Thanedar, the congressman on India-US ties.
Joining us now, I would suggest the gold and platinum members of the organizing committee. Besides anything else, most of them have contributed $100,000 each towards making this event possible. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. How difficult has it been to make it all happen?
Well, it's always in America to find this size of a space is not that easy, because there's a lot of event going on. To finding a venue, it was one of the difficult part. But our team has worked very hard. They found everything within a time. And organization has done fantastic job, and they organized very nicely, and I think we are almost ready to go for tomorrow, and we are looking forward to see our good friend Narendra Modi.
And ma'am, a huge financial contribution from all of you. The fact that you can all contribute, or most of you can contribute $100,000, is an indicator of the success that you have had in your personal and professional lives. But it's not just you, it's so many in the Indian community, and I would suggest that's one of the big reasons why the Prime Minister is here.
Of course, you know, I'm the representative of what we call proudly the Bharatiya American Modi Bucks. And I'm, Dr. Shobha Chokalingam, and we have a group of 10 folks. And when I said Prime Minister Modi is coming here, there was like a stampede of who's going to support him. So
Where have you come from?
So I'm from Georgia, Atlanta, Augusta. But this time we've got very new members in the community who've never seen Modi ji. I've seen Modi ji last year, but it's wonderful to see his aura. And, he truly represents what every Bharatiya has a dream for contributing to our motherland. And we are so proud he's achieving it all. And this is the least we could do for him. So, and whatever success we've had is really thanks to all the teachings and the foundation from Bharat. Thank you.
And sir, what are your expectations of this visit?
Well, this visit, Prime Minister Modi, to whom I met previously many times while he was even Chief Minister. And he has done tremendous, outstanding job internationally as well as domestic. And there are still more to be done, and I think he will finish during this term.
And also a very special guest over here. He is the grandson of our former Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao. Where do you live over here in the United States? And, your association with back home and one of our great Prime Ministers, it's remarkable to find you over here. Tell us about, your journey to the United States.
Sure. I came here in March 2000 after completing my chemical engineering and IT graduation in Sydney, Australia. So my journey started, first quarter of 2000. I worked for ENY, and then ENY got merged into Capgemini. I have about 25 years of experience in Big Four IT consulting. I was part of Wipro as a North America lead for financial services, and then later on with Tata Consulting Services, couple of years as a global API lead. So mainly I want to thank Prime Minister Modi ji, because last year he was here visiting New York, and this is I think 8th or 9th trip to US. I've been part of all 9 trips, and what inspired me most is Modi ji always keeps democracy and country above the party lines. As you know, Prime Minister Narasimha Rao ji belongs to Congress, and my family tried for 16 years until 2019 for his Bharat Ratna. His third surviving son, my uncle P.V. Prabhakar Rao, he nominated me for this in 2019 around October time. He said, Nanda, from our family, you are the only one who are close to Modi ji and President Trump, so you should put a word, and this is your duty. And it happened, and a lot of people, my friends, my family, everybody thought I'm crazy to even ask. But now we proved the entire world, Modi ji keeps country and democracy on top of anything. And it is a complete circle for Modi ji, because if you look at his past 1993, the first visit to US, he was recommended by Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, and then L.K. Advani ji as 7 students from India to explore US culture and US politics and system. And it's a complete cycle. So he got his entry into US with the signature of P.V. Narasimha Rao ji. And now after 30 plus years, he got an opportunity to pay back that. And it's amazing. And thank you, Modi ji. You are wonderful, and we love you, and we support you all the way. My family is very thankful for you.
Sir, what does this event mean for you?
It's an amazing thing. I don't have words to describe the feeling. I will tell you, Vishnuji, this is a historical event for Long Island. This is first time ever an Indian Prime Minister ever has come to Nassau County. I was just speaking to the Nassau County executive. He said 2 months back there was a cricket team came here. That also happened first time ever. And now in his tenure, the most popular leader of the world is visiting his county. He said it is double luck for him. And we are so happy that 15,000 people, 500 organizations, 500 artists are going to perform in Long Island.
All right. And so, a final word here. You look after this fabulous, I've got the mic. You look after this wonderful hotel over here. There are about hundreds of Indians from across America who are here. It looks almost like a shadi bari, like a marriage, sort of a great Indian marriage about to take place, but it's quite different.
Well, I take pride and joy in welcoming all our Indian American and the guests coming from India. We are treating them like they are our guests, they are our God. And that is how Atiti Devo Bhava is our theme. And that is how I got into this business. And it's truly a matter of pride and joy that Prime Minister is visiting Long Island for the first time ever. And he is going to convey the message of economic power, stability, and peace. And that is what he's working on throughout his tenure. And we are with him to restore and prosper India, Indians in India, as well as Indians in America.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
This NRK sweeps Sri Lankan presidential polls. Foreign Minister Sabri Premadasa camp leader Silva congratulate this NRK. Sri Lanka's first poll since the economic crisis and Sri Lanka's first Marxist leader as well. Prime Minister Modi in his opening remarks at the Quad summit highlighted that the Quad is here to stay, to assist, to partner and to complement. He reiterated the free and open Indo-Pacific goal. President Biden's
is here to stay.
to assist, to partner and to complement.
President Biden's quad quip as he hands the baton to Prime Minister Modi. As the reporter asks, will Quad last after November polls?
Mr. President, will the Quad survive beyond the election in November?
What survive?
The Quad, will it survive regardless of the outcome?
Quad joint statement flags China's aggressive behavior in the South China Sea. Quad leaders commit to reform UN Security Council to make it more inclusive. On Ukraine war, they say threat of use of nuclear weapons is unacceptable. Prime Minister Modi and US President Joe Biden held a bilateral on the sidelines of the Quad summit. Prime Minister Modi said the meeting comes as a special start to a significant visit, while Biden said ties with India have become stronger. After Prime Minister Modi's US visit, Indian antiquities are set to return home. 297 antiquities set to return from US. As the Prime Minister is in the United States on a 3-day visit, the Ministry of External Affairs is addressing the media. Let's cut across.
To provide equitable access and improve public service delivery at scale, the Prime Minister announced a grant of $7.5 million for making available HPV sampling kits, detection kits, and cervical cancer vaccines to countries in the Indo-Pacific as part of the Cancer Moonshot initiative. India will also offer technical assistance and capacity building on DPI in cancer care to interested countries from the Indo-Pacific through its commitment of $10 million to the WHO's global initiative on digital health. There's a commitment from the India in partnership with Gavi and the Quad to support orders of up to 40 million HPV vaccine doses for the Indo-Pacific region. India will also invest $2 million in setting up new solar projects in Comoros, Madagascar and Seychelles. The Quad partners agreed to launch a maritime initiative for training in the Indo-Pacific. It's called Maitri, to enable Indo-Pacific partners to maximize tools provided through IPMDA and other Quad initiatives. Last but not least, India announced a new category of scholarships for students of the Indo-Pacific region that would enable them to pursue 4-year bachelor's level engineering programs at Indian government-funded technical institutes. Yes, one more point I would like to make. India will host the inaugural Quad Ports of the Future Partnership Conference next year, which will harness the Quad's expertise to support sustainable and resilient port infrastructure development across the Indo-Pacific. Apart from the Quad event, let me cover very quickly some themes in the Prime Minister's meeting with President Biden. As I had previewed in my briefing earlier this week, both sides on the occasion of this meeting exchanged agreements pertaining to the deposit of the instruments of ratification for Pillar 3 and Pillar 4 of the IPEF and the overarching agreement thereof. Foreign Minister Dr. Jaishankar and Secretary of State Tony Blinken also exchanged the agreement pertaining to a bilateral drug policy framework and the accompanying MOU. During the meeting itself, both sides discussed at length the ever-expanding agenda of the India-US Comprehensive Global Strategic Partnership, which has left no aspect of human endeavor untouched. They discussed ongoing cooperation in technology, in clean energy, in space, our engagement in defense and security, and of course the regional and global situation. Prime Minister thanked President Biden for his pioneering role in strengthening the India-US partnership over the last 4 years. In particular, he highlighted President Biden's legacy initiative of the initiative on critical and emerging technologies. There is a joint fact sheet that has been released with regard to the India-US part of it. I'm sure all of you have it, so I won't go into the details of the fact sheet. I just flag a few. For instance, the US-India roadmap to build safe and secure global clean energy supply chains. Under this, the United States has agreed to leverage nearly $1 billion in multilateral IBRD funding guarantees. This is to accelerate the expansion of safe and secure clean energy supply chains through US and Indian manufacturing of clean energy technologies and components. The leaders also welcomed progress between India's National Investment and Infrastructure Fund and the US International Development Finance Corporation to provide up to $500 million each to anchor the Green Transition Fund, as well as encourage private sector investors to match these efforts. President Biden welcomed India's decision to set a uniform GST of 5% on the MRO sector, and we welcomed commitments from US industry to further increase India's MRO capabilities for the repair of aircraft and other platforms. Just let me give you a brief snapshot of the Prime Minister's two other meetings with Prime Minister Kishida and Prime Minister Albanese. With Prime Minister Kishida, as you are aware, it was in the nature of a farewell meeting given the party elections that are scheduled later this month in Japan. Prime Minister appreciated in a very fulsome fashion the contribution to the bilateral relationship that has been made by Prime Minister Kishida. Next year is also the 10th anniversary of the India-Japan Special Strategic and Global Partnership, and it was agreed that this should be marked in an appropriate fashion. The two sides discussed economic cooperation and the progress of investment under the 5 trillion yen investment program that Japan has announced. Cooperation on semiconductors and the setting up of Japanese industrial centers in India was discussed, and there was also reference to the growing defense cooperation as well as people-to-people exchanges between the two countries. With Prime Minister Albanese, 2025 also happens to be the 5th anniversary of the comprehensive strategic partnership between India and Australia. There was a reference to the progress made under ECTA and the impact that it was already having on trade between the two countries, and the steps that the two sides were taking to conclude even more ambitious economic cooperation agreements such as the CICA. There was discussion on cooperation in defense and security-related issues, and the potential in cooperation in space and critical minerals. So, as you can see, it's been a full day, and we are already into the following day. But let me stop there, and if you have any questions, I would be happy to take them. Ambassador, would you like to add anything? Thank you.
Okay. Can we start with Prashant? Sir Prashant Jha of the Hindustan Times, if I may, two questions. The first is about ISET. This is an initiative you were closely involved with in your previous role as well. We have seen semiconductor investments in the assembly, testing, packaging space and in research. But today's fact sheet talks about FAB. It talks about this being a watershed agreement, and it talks about the US Space Force and two Indian companies engaging in a strategic technology partnership. Could you give us a sense of the significance of this, and is this going to be India's first national security fab? The second question, sir, is on China. The US National Security Advisor in the morning before the meeting talked about how China will be a subject of discussion in the bilateral with President Biden. The Quad declaration compared to Hiroshima last year seems to have employed stronger language on developments in South and East China Sea. Could you give us a sense of the conversations on China, both in the bilateral and plurilateral space? Thank you, sir.
You take more questions? Ayushi?
Sir, good evening. This is Ayush Agarwal from ANI. I also have two questions, one on Russia-Ukraine. How much was Russia-Ukraine conflict discussed with President Biden during the bilateral? And was there any kind of peace proposal that was presented from India's side when it comes to resolving the conflict? Second, an additional question on China. How much was Chinese aggression in the South China Sea discussed with President Biden during the bilateral? Thank you.
This is Amritpal Singh from Doordarshan. So my question is, did Bangladesh come up for discussions, and if you could share the contours of the discussion?
सर, मैं कृष्ण मोहन शर्मा, भारत एक्सप्रेस से। दो सवाल है। एक सवाल जो आपने कहा कि माइक्रो टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल ह्यूमन डिस्ट्रक्शन के लिए किया जा रहा है, इस पर थोड़ा सा लाइट डालें। और दूसरा, पूरे मीडिया में एक र्यूमर कहें या जो कि कुछ भी कह लें कि ट्रंप साहब की प्राइम मिनिस्टर से मुलाकात हो पाएगी या नहीं हो पाएगी, कोई शेड्यूल है या नहीं है?
Okay. Let me take those questions. I think, Prashant, your question about the new FAB-related announcement that's been made in this joint fact sheet between India and the United States.
Right. The Ministry of External Affairs, they're briefing on the Prime Minister's visit to the United States. At this point, I'm also being joined by former Foreign Secretary Shashank. Thank you for joining us, sir. First question to you, of course, as the Ministry of External Affairs is briefing the media, they're saying that the Prime Minister Modi had underlined India's approach to cooperation, contact, engagement for growth. So talking about that, do you think India took the lead this time around in terms of the big announcements in various fields as well, sir?
Well, this has been an ongoing process, and we have been enlarging the scope of our cooperation on a global and strategic basis with the United States. So therefore, there is a bilateral meeting which really was very fruitful, and then simultaneously there was this quadrilateral which also gave opportunity for Prime Minister to interact bilaterally as well with Japan and Australia leaders. So therefore, I think this is some proposals from the Indian side, but I think the American side also has been very outgoing and positive in supporting the special role that India can play in the Indo-Pacific for promoting new technologies, critical technologies, development of ports, and also so many areas, to strengthen the social infrastructure in many of these Indo-Pacific countries. That includes the whole of Indo-Pacific, not just limited to the Indo-Pacific in the traditional sense, but also some of the islands near Africa.
Absolutely, sir. And like you mentioned, innovation and technology has been something that they've focused on, especially India-US cooperation on semiconductors. Do you think that could be a game changer?
Well, India has been now trying to become a center for production of these new critical technologies. And there is a bilateral agreement between India and the USA on that. Secondly, USA has been encouraging the US companies to come back to US for home shoring of their production. But at the same time, there are this friend shoring that is moving them out of China because there is a CHIP Act, and so the Americans may not be able to allow Chinese products to enter the American market. So therefore, there will be possibility for India and other Indo-Pacific countries to set up these bases and high technology. So I'm quite sure that this will be a great thing, and India has been talking to other Asian countries, and American presence and support to it would be extremely useful.
Right, thank you so much, sir, for joining us and bringing us those details and your thoughts on this development. There, of course, we'll continue tracking the Prime Minister's visit to the United States in terms of the next meetings that he has lined up as well. He has several other bilaterals lined up. The Prime Minister, of course, did meet with Biden, which was one of the key bilaterals that occurred in the US. We'll continue tracking this. For now, a short break.
Cashback has flow, करते नहीं impress. Life with easy, कितना कुछ free, only with single ID. ये भी free, वो भी free, कितना कुछ free, only with single ID. Get it free with single ID. कितने सारे apps हैं मुझसे जुड़े, brands मेरे पास है सबसे बड़े. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Only with single ID. Get it free with single ID.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise.
Welcome back. Anura Kumara Desanayake, leftist politician, has swept the Sri Lankan presidential elections. He's essentially won the polls. Remember, this was the first election in Sri Lanka since it has hit in deep economic crisis. The polls have been the most peaceful in the country's history as well. Remember, Wickremesinghe has yet to concede defeat, but his foreign minister, Ali Sabri, has congratulated Desanayake on social media, saying that he respects the people's mandate to Desanayake and that it is crucial to honour the will of the people in the democracy. Premdasa camp's Harsha De Silva too has congratulated the Marxist leader, who has who has acquired a huge commanding lead in the polls. I'm also being joined at this point by Rohan Samarajiva, Sri Lankan policy analyst and chairman of Learn Asia. Thank you for joining us, sir. Mr. Samarajiva, now does this come as a surprise? It's quite a big development that the first Marxist leader of Sri Lanka will be coming to power shortly.
I think it's may not be most accurate to say it's a Marxist party that has won. It's basically a broad coalition that is headed and most likely controlled by a Marxist party. And I think if you look back at the experience of Greece, for example, which faced a similar economic crisis, all-pervasive economic crisis, I don't think it should come as a surprise. There were very few reliable opinion polls out, and even according to them, he has been leading, and he has been running a very strong campaign for the last year and a half, I would say. What I think is unexpected, if anything, is that many of us expected this to result in a three-way run, and that there would have to be a second count. I don't think we can rule that out quite now yet, but it's possible. I think there's a very strong likelihood that he'll go over 50, the way things are moving. And then that would mean that the results will be final by about early afternoon.
Right, Mr. Samarajiva, stay on with us. I'm also being joined by my colleague Gauri Dwivedi joining us from Colombo. Gauri, you have a question for Mr. Samarajiva, I believe.
Yes, indeed. I was in Colombo, sir, and I tracked these elections, and AKD was a name that came again and again, but there were also several in the policy corridors who were being very cautious about AKD's victory. Talk to us, while of course results are still yet to come. You're right that 50.1% mark is yet to be achieved by AKD. Some reports say they have, some say they haven't. But talk to us about the impact that an AKD-led NPP government will have on Sri Lanka's economy. What do you expect? And Sri Lanka's relationships with India, because one can discount some of it as election rhetoric, but how do you see the government and its relationship both from an economic point of view and a foreign policy point of view?
If I were to just directly go to the election rhetoric, I don't think there was any anti-India rhetoric on the part of Mr. Dissanayake or his party. I think that situation improved considerably after he was invited to Delhi, and Foreign Minister Jaishankar had a very cordial meeting with him, and he met with a number of Indian industrialists. Sort of the only negative that I see is that he has talked about cancelling a renewables project that is already being committed. But other than that, I really don't see much anti-Indian rhetoric. In fact, there was no rousing of ethnic issues. Those kinds of divisive issues were not there. Primarily, the election was decided on this corruption narrative, number one, and secondly, on economic matters. Now,
cost of living. Cost of living was a key concern for most Sri Lankans who voted, yes.
Well, we are aware. I mean, my own organization did some of those surveys, which suggested that about the number of poor people below the poverty line had been doubled, essentially, as a result of the pandemic and then the ensuing, the subsequent economic crisis. The government had put in place a rather substantial welfare scheme for that. About 2 million households out of the 5 million households are getting some resources from that. The middle class, I think, was the most unhappy because they were not used to paying taxes, and they were hit with taxes, and they were used to below cost fuel for their vehicles, and that went up. These are things I don't think anyone can change.
Right.
These are essential items, and I think over the last year, I have been tracking what various people have said. He's moving very much to the center, Mr. Dissanayake.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Samarajiva and Gauri Dwivedi for joining us and bringing us those details on this particular story. We'll continue tracking this big development from Sri Lanka. For now, a short break.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
In April last year, India overtook China to become the most populated country in the world. With its vast population and its geographical, social and economic diversity, how does one ensure that every citizen has access to a fundamental right, the right to quality healthcare? This is an opportunity to define the India Health Mission and what shape it should take.
how do we democratize healthcare in India? What are the health challenges for an India grappling with an ever-growing burden of disease that is no doubt impacting its demographic dividend? How should our health system respond to the next big health emergency of our times, climate change? These are the questions we seek to answer in setting the agenda for India Health Mission. And to help answer all these questions, we are joined by Dr. Sunila Garg, Chair Program Advisory Committee, National Institute of Health and Family Welfare. In fact, it's the policy think tank of the Government of India. She's also the Public Health Expert Advisor, ICMR. Joining us also is Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Principal Advisor, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Raman Gangakhetkar, Padma Shri Awardee, Public Health Expert and Epidemiologist, Head Scientist of Epidemiology and Communicable Diseases, ICMR, and Dr. K. Madan Gopal, Advisor, National Health System Resource Centre, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Thank you all so much for joining us on this very critical conversation and to set the agenda. To begin with, Dr. Swaminathan, I would like to ask you the first question. This really is an opportunity to define the India Health Mission and what shape it should take. How would you like to outline its agenda?
Thank you very much for bringing this important topic to the viewers, because health always comes up, whenever there's a crisis or a catastrophe, then we see the headlines. And then what we see are these cycles of panic and neglect. So what we really need to see now is a very consistent and sustained investment in health. And it has been shown repeatedly by economists that if your health improves, then the GDP also improves. So I think one route to our economic progress must be through having a healthy population. And of course, the other arm is having a well-educated and a well-skilled population. So essentially, we're investing in our human capital. So at the outset, I think whatever is spent on health should be seen as an investment and not as a cost. So it should not come under the regular cost centers of government, but really this is investment for the future. Now, having said that, our national health policy, I think if you really look at it, it's quite a visionary policy. And it laid out the roadmap for where India needs to go. And of course, as we know, the goal of any health policy and any health mission is the attainment of the highest standards of health and well-being, physical, mental, and spiritual. And that is attained through a universal health coverage.
Absolutely. Thank you for setting that really well and explaining it to us really well. Dr. Sunila Garg, like, Dr. Swaminathan just said, we have the funds, but a lot more needs to be done. Investment is needed. Now, we know the challenges as a country that we are grappling with, whether it's overcrowding in hospitals, whether it's lack of trained manpower. I mean, the list goes on. How to last mile accessibility. We do know the challenges. If I can ask you here, as a country, will we ever reach a situation where everybody will have access to good healthcare? And how far are we actually from achieving this goal?
Thank you, Ambika, for having me on the show, and that too in the studio. I think it's a very important question that first of all, whether we will be ever able to have universal access to healthcare, and that too respectful access to healthcare and according to gender as well. I'll say India has done fairly well in terms of when we look at our important indicators. Our maternal mortality is now 97 per 100,000 live births. Our infant mortality has come down to about 25.6 per 1,000 live births, and like that way we have made very good progress in terms of our indicators. But more important is also what we have to realize. Today 1,72,000 health and wellness centers we have made operational, and another by 2030 we are going to make almost 50% of our 30,000 primary health centers which are going to be functional 24/7, so that particularly when we are talking of vulnerable periods, especially when women are in the during the process of delivery and all, and during emergencies they can seek care. But also we have to address the regional divides, whether we are talking of rural areas, urban areas, whether we are talking of tribal areas, and according to gender also we have to see that whether when we look at our own data sets, we need to look at very carefully that particularly from gender perspective, how are we doing. But important at this point is when we look at out of pocket expenditure, it is though come down, but it is still around I'll say 60%. That is important, and that's where is the role of private public partnerships.
Yes.
Some states like Tamil Nadu have already demonstrated, about public-private partnership, but we need to go much more in that direction. And also I will say that there is role of professional associations, and we need to address the issue as a whole, and we need to look at human being as a whole, not from the disease perspective. So this is, we do have, long mile to go, but we will make it.
So progress has happened, looking at positively, but yes, we do have a long way to go. Dr. Gopal, I would like to come to you here and ask you, now India is a leader in the global pharmaceutical industry, that talent, pool and also the cost advantage. How do we make it work across a wider healthcare spectrum within India?
It's good that you have asked this question, because we claim that we are the pharmacy of the world. We have been able to demonstrate ourselves during the COVID and the tiring times. We have been able to provide support to many of other countries, but still a lot of challenges are there. We have to remember that still a lot of potential is there. The potential is untapped. If you look at the potential which exists, so we are still trying to, we are still grappling with the issue of creating API, that is active pharmaceutical ingredients, so that we become self-sufficient in the production of the drugs. That's one thing. And if you look at the devices, more than 80% of the devices, they are imported. So we have still a lot of work to do on the device front. Okay. And the third is in the diagnostics also, we have grappling with the issue, how to create more indigenous diagnostics so that we can improve the access to the diagnostics and the free drugs. Though we have a free drugs and diagnostic initiative in the government of India supporting that. But recently we have launched the Indian Public Health Standards, wherein the facilities, I've spoken about 2 lakh plus facilities, they have started doing the self-assessment. Second thing, we have created a talent pool through diapers, and we are trying to see that how the academia and the industries, they partner together and create a product which is used by the Indian customers as well as the Indian population. And that will definitely, my previous 2 panelists, they have spoken about out-of-pocket expenses. But this is one of the major initiatives which would be making a dent on out-of-pocket expenses.
Yes.
We are trying to see that how the dependency on APIs, the imported APIs is reduced. We are trying to become Atmanirbhar in our APIs. After the APIs, we are trying to see that how the generic medicines are reached to the access to generic medicine is made available to the nook and corner of the country.
No, yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Gopal. Dr. Gar, before I go to Dr. Raman, I want to just quickly ask you, since we have spoken about the challenges, Dr. Gopal just got that. What are the 5 biggest, health challenges or emerging health challenges as we Indians are facing right now, and which should be addressed immediately? I would like to add that as well.
See, number one, I'll say that the deficiency of human resources, that is one point. And then, as I said, we are in the transitioning phase. We haven't gone out of, non-communicable communicable diseases like HIV, TB, malaria, though there is a call for elimination of TB by 2025, but that's a major challenge. And also, neglected tropical diseases. But then we also have a burden of non-communicable diseases as well. So that is important part which we need to remember. And our infrastructure facilities also need to be, up to the mark.
Thank you for putting that forward. You spoke about the initiatives, and Dr. Ganga Khetkar, thank you for speaking with us. My question to you here is, India's biggest healthcare campaigns and missions, do they need reimagining and redesigning in the face of these emergent health challenges, whether it's Indradhanush or Polio Mukt Abhiyan, for example?
The approaches that you are talking of, whether we should have an intensified approach to one, has its own benefits as well as issues surrounding. One of the bigger challenges to my mind today, which we have to handle, is we are currently going by vertical programs for diseases where the burden is high or the mortality rates are high or morbidity is equally high. But what is most important if you want to actually make a difference? You should ideally, ensure that there is decentralization as an approach which starts working in the state. Now, in order to do this, if you ask me, I would definitely say that we know enough about different diseases. But we have to ask a question to ourselves. Have I implemented them well? No. Therefore, implementation science research, implementation related issues to be handled become suddenly important. And if you want to handle these implementation related issues, there are two angles which I will have to keep. No, if I believe in decentralization, you will have to train the state governments to understand the evidence that is presented before them and then try to devise different policies and test them. Otherwise, you will find that they will not be able to make a major difference. So there are two angles, as I said. Centrally we are running very well. There is no doubt on that part. Our strategies are extremely good. But when it comes to implementation, ensuring that decentralization occurs and community is mobilized would remain a major priority for a country like ours.
In fact, thank you for setting the context. For the next question, Dr. Gopal, we've just spoken about implementation and community. So obviously the government by itself cannot possibly achieve this huge task. What innovative public-private partnership models can help in extending healthcare to across geographies, communities, genders, as well as economic status?
Thank you. If you look at the various public-private partnerships, one of the biggest thing which comes to my mind is the PMJ program. Is a partnership between the government and the private providers in providing care to 50 crore population. That's one of the biggest examples. And the scheme administration has been simplified by the pre-designed and pre-approved package rates. That's one thing. And it is going strong and strong. And many of the states, they are implementing the models in a different form, one form or other form. It is gender neutral, and I think all people can access who are eligible for this. The second example which is coming is we have been providing emergency medical response initiatives. Under that, we are providing the BLS ambulances and the ALS ambulances. It is on a partnership mode. So, other example is the mobile medical units which are there, so which we are trying to reach. All the three questions which you have asked, the gender and the other thing, access, and that has been taken care by this.
Yeah, actually, you're absolutely right, Dr. Gopal. Sorry, for just coming in here, you're right. We have so many examples. It's about making them work together. I think what you rightly said. Dr. Swaminathan, what key policy reforms or innovative approaches are essential to create a more sustainable, inclusive and equitable healthcare system in India, ensuring access to quality healthcare for all citizens?
Thank you very much. I'll add to what the previous panelists have been talking, and we've been talking about our Ayushman Bharat program, which has essentially two arms. One arm is the primary health care delivery through our primary health centers and health and wellness centers, which are manned by these community health officers. And then there's upward and downward linkages that are supposed to happen there, to the district hospitals and the tertiary hospitals to provide a comprehensive primary health care. The other element is the PMJY, which is the insurance coverage, for the poorest 40% of the population, so that we prevent catastrophic out-of-pocket expenditure. And that's only for hospitalization. Community engagement is absolutely critical. And I think there's still a big gap in most states of India in terms of community engagement in health. People are not aware of, of what keeps them healthy and what services are available and when they should seek. So if you look at just common things like high blood pressure and diabetes, the majority of people who suffer from high blood pressure and diabetes are unaware. They've never had a checkup. Yes. Then they don't know they're supposed to, and therefore they end up in the hospital only when they get a complication.
Yes.
So the role of our primary healthcare system is to prevent disease as far as possible, or prevent progression of disease, and promote good health, which means also attention to public health, air pollution, clean water, sanitation, nutrition. These are the things which keep us healthy, not medicines. You see, you need medicines and diagnostics when you fall sick, but our goal should be to stay healthy. So this is why I'm saying that we have to reimagine the way we're delivering it. I think a lot of it is actually there in the National Health Policy of 2017. If you read it, there's also scope for digital. And I think this is where the policy levers can come in. There should be enough space for innovation and learning from each other. And eventually what we would like is tech-enabled healthcare workers. We're not going to replace the healthcare worker ever. Yes. But if they are tech-enabled, then they can do their job, much better. And ultimately, we should be measuring health outcomes. So any new innovation or experimentation we put into the system,
yes,
does it or does it not improve health outcomes? And then we can scale it up.
Absolutely. I think measuring health outcomes is critical. So on that note, we're going to be taking a very short break. When we come back, we'll look at more solutions that how we can make India truly healthy. So please stay tuned.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one.
Welcome welcome. You're watching a special show, India Health Mission, and Dr. Ganga Khetkar, I would like to ask you here, the Ayushman Bharat insurance scheme is now covering senior citizens over 70 years as an aging population. What kind of impact will this have on public health care?
It would have immense impact, there is no doubt. One thing which we have to recognize, more often than not, in these age groups, the illnesses that occur perhaps are going to have a community response that these old people will stay at home, and whatever care can be provided to them will perhaps be provided, because you will have to have some people who will accompany some of his relatives or her relatives accompany to the hospital. That becomes a major challenge. Now, which would essentially mean we will have to have different levels of healthcare available at different levels, at the care that has to be provided to them has to be different at different healthcare level.
Yes.
Because then you will be able to ensure that hospitals are not loaded with these kinds of patients. But I completely agree, 70 plus people on whom the family may or may not be willing to spend so much of money, if they receive this insurance, if this coverage is available, it's going to make a major difference. But most important is all these people should come to know of this particular scheme, and that should be one of the most important issues which the government will have to handle everywhere.
Yeah, thank you for explaining that so well. Dr. Gopal, I'm quickly going to ask you, all of you, one last question each. Talking of non-communicable lifestyle disease, responsibility for good health also should be in the hands of the citizens. We've been talking about that. Now, how do we make good health looking, after oneself, whether it's eating right, like all of you've mentioned? How do we make this nationwide movement a Jan Andolan, much like the Swachh Bharat mission, which has saved the lives of 60,000 to 70,000 infants per year, this recent report which has just come out?
Definitely, because Jan Andolan is a key for addressing the social determinants of health. What you are saying, because we have focused more on the disease part. From the disease, we have moved towards the health part. From health, we have moved to wellness, and from wellness, well-being. So now for well-being, you have to address the social determinants. And for addressing the social determinants, we require movements like Swachhata Bharat Mission, Eat India, Fit India movement, the Eat Right movement, and other movements also.
Absolutely. I think everybody has to do this together to truly make our country, healthy. Dr. Swaminathan, I think this question is very critical. Before we actually end, this is important. What are the health risks posed by climate change, and how can we work to mitigate that impact?
So I think, after pandemics, I think pandemics will come once in a blue moon, hopefully. But climate change is here to stay and is impacting us today. So I think the biggest threat to our health today is climate change in different forms. Now, of course, the impacts of climate change can be direct, like, for example, heat wave we saw this year and previous year, also the hottest years on record so far, with the longest period of prolonged heat exceeding all the previous limits. And we saw higher mortality during these months, the summer months, and also a lot of morbidity. You can't really work, you can't be productive when you're under, so much of heat, particularly if you have an occupation where you have to work outdoors, you have to do hard physical labor. So I think that is probably the one biggest risk, health risk today due to climate. Then, of course, floods leads to, displacement, children out of school, families getting disrupted, more migration happens because of prolonged droughts in some places. They are not able to do agriculture anymore. Many vector-borne diseases, we've seen dengue this time, chikungunya and diseases like that really increasing, even in places which they did not survive before. Our first goal is to protect the most vulnerable, because that is, the basic principle of equity that we apply in our particularly in health. It's very important to apply the equity lens. And therefore, I think that decentralized approach, give them the resources, but also make them accountable and responsible, and provide the capacity and the tools, because climate is something unpredictable. Yes. And we're all learning, we're changing all the time.
We're living it actually.
So while there will be,
we're witnessing it.
Yes.
Yes, without wasting any time. Dr. Ganga Khetkar, just a last question to you. I want to ask about, about strengthening disease surveillance and early detection, system. A little bit on that, please.
No, it is essential that new and newer zoonotic infections may come. So we need to have an extremely good surveillance. Yes. So to my mind, today One Health related approaches, where we say that when it comes to surveillance, surveillance should not be only among human beings, but it has to be among all parameters that are associated with zoonotic transmission becomes important. We have taken major steps, and I hopefully perhaps they will be so matured that we will be able to detect early and try to ensure that the response with drugs or vaccines will come quickly, because we would create a mass of people or industries who would have rapid drug or rapid vaccine development programs in place, and that would be essentially good.
Yes, I think prevention, and lastly, Dr. Garg, I would like to ask you, we've spoken, all of you have explained it so well, I think for us, the viewers. I want to ask you, in your view, if you were responsible for allocating the health budget of India, how would you allocate that? What would you do? How would you use the funds?
See, I'll first think that we have got resilient, high quality healthcare system which have got accessibility till the last mile. So for that, not only strengthening of the healthcare system in a holistic manner, that's very important. We have to, spend on human resources, we have to spend on the systems, we have to spend as per Indian public health standards, but community involvement is key. So we need not shirk from information, education and communication. Unless, our community is well informed, we cannot do anything.
I think very well put. Each and every citizen is very precious. Thank you so much, Dr. Garg. Thank you so much, Dr. Swaminathan. Thank you so much, Dr. Gopal and Dr. Raman for joining us today. India is a relatively young country, but it is also a country with a number of significant health concerns. If we want a demographic dividend to work for us in creating a healthy, productive population that contributes to the prosperity of India, it is imperative that we come together to work on providing accessible, affordable, quality healthcare, never forgetting that good health starts with us. This is India Health Mission. Let's make it a people's movement.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Arti Krishnan. Our top focus, of course, Prime Minister Modi in the United States for 3 days. In his visit, he did hold a bilateral with Joe Biden, the president of the US. He also held bilaterals with several other leaders as well. He also attended the Quad Summit. We'll bring you more on those stories. First, the headlines. Dissanayake takes early lead in the Sri Lanka polls. Foreign Minister Sabri and Premdasa camp leader Silva congratulate Dissanayake. Sri Lanka's first poll since the economic crisis. Prime Minister Modi, in his opening remarks at the Quad Summit, highlighted that the Quad is here to stay, to assist and to partner and complement. He reiterated the free and open Indo-Pacific goal.
Quad is here to stay, to assist, to partner and to complement.
President Biden's Quad quip as he hands the baton to Prime Minister Modi. A reporter asks, will Quad last after November polls? President Biden replies with his hands on Prime Minister Modi's shoulder.
Mr. President, will the Quad survive beyond the election in November?
What survive?
The Quad, will it survive regardless of the outcome?
The Quad joint statement flags China's aggressive behavior in the South China Sea. Quad leaders commit to reform UN Security Council to make it more inclusive. On the Ukraine war, they say threat of use of nuclear weapons is unacceptable. Shocker after shocker in Madhya Pradesh. 3 child abuse cases reported in Madhya Pradesh in 4 days. 16-year-old allegedly harassed by chemistry teacher, 5-year-old allegedly abused by school van driver and 7-year-old abused by local in Tikamgarh. Top focus in Sri Lanka, there seems to be a winner for the presidential elections. Anura Kumara Dissanayake, a leftist politician, has swept the Sri Lankan presidential elections and has essentially won the polls. Remember, this was the first election in Sri Lanka since it was hit by deep economic crisis. The polls have been the most peaceful in the country's history. Now, while Vikram Singh is yet to concede defeat, his foreign minister, Ali Sabri, congratulated Dissanayake on social media, saying that he respects the people's mandate to Dissanayake and that it is crucial to honour the will of the people in a democracy. A Premadasa camp's Harsha De Silva too has congratulated the left leader. My colleague Gauri joins us with more details. Gauri, now in Colombo, you had spoken to several people on the ground on voting day. Has the promise that Dissanayake has put forward of a low tax, cutting down tax, as well as ensuring recuperation from economic crisis resounded well on the ground with people?
Indeed, that's what it looks like, Aarti. The fact is that Sri Lanka in the last 2 years has really undergone massive debt restructuring from the IMF, and that required major austerity measures. The people in Sri Lanka were very unhappy because they felt that taxes were very high and everyday goods had become very expensive for them. In the backdrop of that, AKD, as he's called, Anura Kumara Dissanayake is called, had promised radical changes in terms of the economic policies, and that resonated with people on ground. So the challenges that lie ahead for the next president of Sri Lanka, it looks like it is AKD, are several. On the economic front, if he has promised relief from the back-breaking price hike and price increases, then he needs to come up with a plan to shore up finances of Sri Lanka. The economy of Sri Lanka is still fragile. It has recovered from the 2022 turmoil, but the fragility stays, which means that AKD will have to shore up finances, ensure it meets some of those poll promises that he made. And that could also mean that there could be some change in terms of how investments are attracted by Sri Lanka. The other aspect of what an AKD-led government could be is a change in how Sri Lanka approaches its relationships with its neighbors. Even if India discounts some of the election rhetoric which came out, as is always the case in any election, AKD does have a different view about Sri Lanka's relationships with India and China. And that is something that New Delhi will have to be very cautious about going forward. And the third and important bit I want to say is that the rise of AKD has been dramatic. In the 2019 elections, his party had got 3% vote. And as things stand right now, he's headed towards getting 50.1% vote. So there's been a dramatic rise. But the party has only 3 MPs right now in parliament. Either he will dissolve the parliament and call for fresh elections, or the 3 of the people in his who are MPs will get heavy and important portfolios, and he will have to then rely on some of the other politicians as well to join in and get some of the important portfolios in his government. So those are some of the important things to watch out for, what happens right now. But as things stand right now, AKD is headed towards getting the 50.1% mark. Officially, it hasn't been declared by the Election Commission of Sri Lanka. My sense is it would come closer to about lunchtime. But as things stand, AKD is set to be the next president of Sri Lanka.
Right, Gauri, thank you for joining us and bringing us those updates from Colombo. Continue tracking this story for us as it develops. But there, the biggest development of all is that Desanaike seems to be the next president there in Sri Lanka. Shifting focus, Karthikeyan, a software engineer from Tamil Nadu, died by electrocution amid an alleged struggle with work pressure-induced depression. This incident, remember, follows the death of Anna Sebastian Periel from Ernst & Young, igniting discussions about mental health and corporate responsibility in India. The deceased Karthikeyan was found unconscious, wrapped in live wire cables when his wife returned home. My colleague Sam Daniel joins us with more details. Sam, take us to this unfortunate incident from Chennai, where a software engineer was found dead. He also seemed to have been battling depression.
That's what investigators say, Aarti. Karthikeyan, a 40-year-old IT professional, was found electrocuted at his home when his family was away on a pilgrimage kind of temple visit. And police say he was battling mental depression for quite some time. He was also taking treatment. And on the other hand, he also had a suspicion that he was under the spell of what we call as black magic. And police have also recovered a suicide note in which he has written, or he has given some message for every member of his family. From the family side, they don't have any suspicion, but technically on the police side, they're waiting for the post-mortem report. And to be doubly sure it's a case of suicide, they're probing all angles, whether it could be a kind of a foul play. But at the moment, police say increasingly it appears to be a case of suicide. And in terms of his professional life, he is an IT professional working for a well-known IT company for quite some time, and recently he had a change of job. That's the information police share about his professional background. But the cause at the moment appears to be clearly mental depression he was battling. And anyone with suicidal thoughts ought to call a counselor, professional counselor, to attend to that. Aarti.
Right, Sam. Thank you for joining us and bringing us those details. Shifting focus to Madhya Pradesh, 3 child sexual abuse cases have sent shockwaves through the city of capital city of Madhya Pradesh, as well as several other areas as well, with 3 disturbing incidents reported in just 4 days. In a horrifying incident, a 16-year-old boy was sexually harassed by his chemistry teacher at a reputed private school in Bhopal. The teacher allegedly threatened the boy with failing grades and made some inappropriate videos as well. On Saturday, a 5-year-old girl was allegedly abused by her school van driver in Bhopal. After returning from school, the 5-year-old girl narrated the ordeal to her mother, which led to an investigation. The Child Welfare Committee is also going to be conducting counselling sessions with the girl to gather more information as well. And in a separate incident in Tikamgarh, a 7-year-old girl was sexually assaulted by a local man. The accused, Ashish Tiwari, has been booked under the POCSO Act after the girl's mother had filed a complaint. He's currently absconding, is what we're learning. My colleague Amritanshi joins us with more details. Amritanshi, now these are in fact 4 cases that have come about. There was a case 3 days ago as well. But in recent days, 3 cases back to back of child sexual abuse in Madhya Pradesh. What are the officials saying?
So basically, this information could be distressing for all the parents who are sending their daughters to school, because the cases in Bhopal were happened in school, between the schools, in the van which like drops these girls to their home and take them from their home to the school. First is the case of the Kamla Nagar area, where a 3-year-old minor was raped by a school teacher itself, and the accusations were made by the mother of the child, as she found some marks on the private area of the little girl, and the FIR was registered. The school has been sealed by the authorities in Bhopal. Second is the case of the Ashbag area, where girl was the allegations have been made that the girl was raped in the van, and the police is constantly searching for the person who has been accused for the rape. And third case is of Tikamgarh, where a girl was raped by a local man. This could be distressing also, because these cases are more happening in the schools with the daughters, a 3-year-old minor, a 7-year-old girl, and a girl of a 10th class, which came to the police station with her parents and complained about it, that the men in the van were doing the bad touches to her, and she has accused of the sexual assault by the men. So basically the questions are being raising that the police, there is a police commissionerate system in Bhopal which raises the question that why are not girls safe in the capital city. Also in the Tikamgarh, accusations have been made of a worker of a particular party. Also it has been said that the girls are safe in the school, they are teaching good touches and bad touches in the school, but the school teachers and also the people who are taking the girls to the school, who are working in the school or outside the school, which are nearly in contact with the parents of these small little girls, are accused for the rape, and all the allegations are being made on these people. Yeah, back to you, Aarti.
Thank you, Amritaji, for joining us and bringing us those details on these particular stories. Shifting focus now, former Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who recently stepped down from the post in the wake of corruption allegations, will be holding a Janta Ki Adalat at the Jantar Mantar in the national capital. Preparations are underway at the spot as well. The new ministers of the Atishi-led Aam Aadmi Party government have expressed hope about the possibility of early elections in Delhi as well, while reaffirming their commitment to working under the leadership of Arvind Kejriwal. Now, with Atishi taking over as the Chief Minister, the BJP and Congress, in fact, have alleged that only the face of the government has changed and that it was futile to expect better performance. We are getting in visuals from Jantar Mantar. Remember, preparations are underway of the Adalat that is Janta Ki Adalat that Kejriwal is going to be holding there at Jantar Mantar. Remember, he had to step down after there were corruption allegations against him. He in fact said that he will only come back to power once the people have given him a fresh mandate and a vote of confidence. Now, Atishi has in fact been leading the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi now, with her new ministers that have taken oath as well. Those ministers, as well as Atishi as well, has been time and again saying that it is time for the people to vote Kejriwal back in power. I'm being joined by Shreya at this point from Jantar Mantar. Shreya, if you could take us through what's happening on ground.
Right here at Jantar Mantar, the energy is buzzing quite high with anticipation as Arvind Kejriwal, the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, will be arriving very soon, and he will be here to address the public in relation to the charges, the corruption charges that was leveled against him. He is seeking for the public's mandate, the certificate of honesty from the people themselves. And here, as you can see, a large number of people have gathered. They are here to hear Mr. Kejriwal, and some of them are also here with their own demands from the Delhi government, whose demands have not been met. But then we have seen mostly, women fans of the Aam Aadmi Party, and I'm joined by one such woman. मैडम, आप बताइए, अभी केजरीवाल जी ने रिजाइन कर दिया है, अतिशी आने वाली है, आपको क्या लगता है ये आगे वाली दिल्ली असेंबली इलेक्शंस में कितना इम्पैक्ट होने वाला है?
देखिए इससे इलेक्शन पे तो फ़र्क पड़ेगा। अरविंद जी की जगह आतिशी जी आई हैं, वो भी बहुत अच्छा काम करती हैं। महिलाओं के लिए नहीं, वो पूरी दिल्ली के लिए काम करती है। पहले उन्होंने शिक्षा पे काम किया है, तो इसी तरह मेरा मानना है कि वो आगे भी चल के दिल्ली की जनता के लिए बहुत कुछ करेंगी।
बट ये जो अभी चार्जेस लगी हैं उनके ऊपर, ये भ्रष्टाचार के चार्जेस, इस पे आपको नहीं लगता कि लोगों का भाव उनके तरफ वो बदलने वाला?
देखिए आपको मैं आपको क्या बताऊं, अब देखिए थोड़ा सा जब किसी के ऊपर इल्ज़ाम लगाया जाता है तो थोड़ा सा दूसरा वाला जो वो सोचता है कि शायद हाँ ये गलत होगा जो इसके ऊपर किसी ने इल्ज़ाम लगाया है। मेरा मानना ये है, लेकिन जब आगे चीज़ें सही होती रहती हैं तो उसको लगता है हाँ ये आदमी ठीक।
क्या सही होना चाहिए, क्या सही करना होगा अब आतिशी को? ये पार्टी का जो ब्रांड है उसको रीबिल्ड करने के लिए, लोगों का ट्रस्ट फिर से रिक्लेम करने के लिए क्या सही क्या करना होगा?
देखिए लोगों का ट्रस्ट तो आतिशी जी को जीतने के लिए बहुत मेहनत अभी करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि अरविंद जी ने जिस तरह से जीता था ज़मीनी स्तर पे रह के, आतिशी जी को भी थोड़ा बहुत वैसे ही ज़मीनी स्तर पे रह के काम करना पड़ेगा योजनाओं के ऊपर। जब सभी योजनाएं जो हैं वो ख़त्म हो रही हैं तो लोगों को लग रहा है कि अब आम आदमी पार्टी ख़त्म होने वाली है। क्या ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन ये है कि बहुत सारा काम करना पड़ेगा, बहुत मेहनत से दोबारा से मुट्ठी बना।
That's right. So there are a lot of pending welfare schemes and policies that needs to be approved by Atishi, and she has a great responsibility at this point. And remember, this Jantar Mantar, this location is very special because back in 2011, this is the place where the entire anti-corruption movement led by the social reformer Anna Hazare had started, and now history seems to repeat itself. Kejriwal is coming back to Jantar Mantar to seek people's mandate, to hear them out, their issues out, and to seek the certificate of honesty that he desperately needs, because we know that Atishi, although she has been officially appointed the youngest chief minister of Delhi, but her commitment lies in bringing back Arvind Kejriwal on the chair of the chief minister by convincing the 20 million people of Delhi to vote for Arvind Kejriwal, and in the upcoming assembly election which is scheduled in February next year.
Thank you, Shreya, for joining us and bringing us those details from the ground. We'll bring you more on these stories. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Dissanayake sweeps Sri Lankan presidential polls, first left leader in Sri Lanka. Quad here to say, says Prime Minister at 4th Quad Summit. He reiterates open Indo-Pacific pitch. President Biden's Quad quip as he hands baton to Prime Minister Modi. Reporter asks, will Quad last after November? President Biden replies with his hand on Prime Minister's shoulder. Quad issues a joint statement, flags China's aggressive behavior in South China Sea.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive.
Prime Minister Modi made his opening remarks at the Quad Summit. He said a free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific is the shared priority and commitment of the Quad countries. Joe Biden, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Japanese Prime Minister Kishida were also present at the meeting being held at the US President's hometown of Wilmington. Now, in his opening remarks, the Prime Minister pointed out that the Quad Summit is being held at a time when the world is surrounded by tensions and conflicts. Listen in to what the Prime Minister had to say as well as other leaders at the Quad Summit.
हमारी बैठक ऐसे समय हो रही है जब विश्व तनावों और संघर्षों से घिरा हुआ है। ऐसे में साझा डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज के आधार पर क्वाड का मिलकर साथ चलना पूरी मानवता के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। हम किसी के खिलाफ नहीं हैं। हम सभी एक रूल्स बेस्ड इंटरनेशनल ऑर्डर, संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता के सम्मान और सभी मसलों के शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से हल निकालने का समर्थन करते हैं। फ्री, ओपन, इंक्लूसिव और प्रॉस्परस इंडो पैसिफिक हमारी साझा प्राथमिकता और साझा प्रतिबद्धता है। हमने मिलकर हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी, critical and emerging technologies, climate change, capacity building जैसे क्षेत्रों में कई सकारात्मक और समावेशी इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। हमारा मैसेज साफ है, क्वाड इज हियर टू स्टे, टू असिस्ट, टू पार्टनर एंड टू कॉम्प्लीमेंट।
We're democracies. We're democracies who know how to get things done. That's why within the first days of my presidency, I reached out to each of you, each of your nations, to propose we elevate the Quad, make it even more consequential. 4 years later, our four countries are more strategically aligned than ever before. And today, we're announcing a series of initiatives to deliver real positive impact for the Indo-Pacific.
Unlike some international forums, the Quad it doesn't have a long history. That means it's not defined by tradition, but it also means it's not confined by it. It means that as it develops, it can evolve. and that is, I believe, what is happening. We represent in this region the fastest growing region of the world in human history. With that comes enormous opportunity, but also comes some challenges.
During my tenure, I have consistently emphasized and underscored the efforts by the Quad. This meeting, I believe, could not have been better suited for my last foreign visit as the Prime Minister. The security environment surrounding ourselves are becoming increasingly severe, and a free and open international order based on the rule of law is under threat.
On the sidelines of the Quad summit, remember, Prime Minister Modi also met with President Biden. He also gifted an antique silver hand-engraved train model to President Biden. This vintage silver hand-engraved train model is a rare and extraordinary piece, masterfully crafted by artisans from Maharashtra, renowned for its rich heritage in silver craftsmanship. Now, this is made of 92.5% silver, and this creation is a tribute to the steam locomotive era, with artistic brilliance merging with historical significance, signifying the robust linkages between US and India. The model has been customized by inscribing Delhi to Delaware on the sides of the main carriage and Indian Railways on the sides of the engine. Now, India beat Bangladesh. India has won the first test against Bangladesh. This is interesting. This is the latest that we're tracking for you in terms of sports. India has beat Bangladesh and win the first test match against Bangladesh. We'll bring you more on these stories. For now, a short break.
Hello. I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV.
8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code.
Our next guest today is Mr. Malana Sasalu, CEO of Provident Housing Limited, a leading real estate developer. You know, they're looking at not just for solutions, but they're also committed to creating environmentally sustainable homes by integrating green building practices, energy-efficient designs, and eco-friendly materials. Thank you so much, Mr. Sasalu, for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you with us. You know, the first thing, I think housing, when we look at real estate, housing, it's a very critical aspect of each one of our lives. Going back to achieving net zero emissions by 2070, it's not, we cannot think of achieving it the way we are going now. We need this radical transformation. What really do you think is the way forward?
I think, by 2070, that, the targets that what we have set up, I don't think it's such a difficult situation that we are in, but a couple of things that I want to bring it to your notice, that's 2070 is around 45 years from now. If you look at India as a country 45 years back, in 1980 we were talking about roti kapda or makan. We've come a long way since then, right? So, but the only challenge that today we have is that 70% of the country is yet to be built, which means that while building anything, anything that there will be a little bit of environmental damage that happens. So while all other developed nations had the advantage of utilizing the resources fully and growing, and we have the challenge of making sure that we are sustainable while we are growing. The question here is that whenever we want to say that sustainably we want to grow, then as a society we need to have the ability to pay for that. For example, tomorrow we want to become sustainable, which that, for the last 100 years, ever since probably that we came up with the steam engine development over the 100 years back, that whatever that we have used in the 100 years, that which cannot be set right immediately. For example, if India takes a call saying that we're going to shut down all our coal-fired energy developments, then who's going to pay for the other way out for this thing? The society has to develop that kind of capability to do that. So any of these innovations or any of the steps that we take must be economically viable for the society. As far as real estate is concerned, real estate infrastructure and and construction, totally put together, we produce around 25 to 30% of the greenhouse gas emission comes out of these three industries. So what do we do about it? So there are only two ways that we can look at it. One is how do we optimize the usage of the resources so that we can reduce the greenhouse gas emission? And the other side is about how do we take actions which can offset if you're unable to do it. So for example, if you're looking at developing somewhere around 50 acres of development, it's very important. Today, India needs housing. We cannot run away from that. We need infrastructure. We cannot run away from that, right? We need to construct, so we cannot run away from that. So offsetting, the first one is about while utilizing the resources, how do we utilize it in a sustainable way? So what is in all three areas, it's cement and steel. Cement and steel are definitely polluting industries. It cannot be offset, and that means that at the product level, there requires a little bit more intervention, innovation, and maybe inventions that may be required. Today, cement is, what is cement? Cement is taking the lime and then burning it and making it to cement, right? So that's the cheapest form. Is there something that we can go further and say, can we replace cement? Can we replace steel? So that's one of the ways and means of doing the things. And the second thing is, if we are going to develop some 20 acres of land somewhere and the environmental damage is done, can it be offset somewhere else? Which means that can we go and develop a forest of 20 acres? But when we develop that 20 or 40 acres of development, who's going to pay for it? Is the society ready for the development? I think in the next 45 years, and we're going to answer those questions.
I think innovation and offsetting, what you said, which obviously takes us to the circular economy, which is really key. I think you've already told us about the principle, right? Reducing waste when we're looking at that, and also maximizing resources. Just moving forward, I wanted to ask you the pressure we place on natural resources. We have been talking about that through the day. Your operations are in Bengaluru, which is a water deficient state. Tell us a little bit about that. How should real estate developers approach these resource shortages, and how do they really work around this space, because that really is critical?
Yeah, so there is I think it's a misnomer that, Bangalore is water deficient and the resource is not there. In fact, it's the other way around. In fact, today we are looking at what is abundant, we are looking at it as a deficiency. We don't have a water problem in Bangalore. The problem that what we have is water management problem. In Bangalore, if you look at 100 years of rainwater data, that actually in the last, we used to get around 800 millimeters of water every year, and now we have reached around 1,100 millimeters of water every year that we are getting. That's one of the things. Second thing is that 50 kilometers south of Bangalore, you have a Kaveri river that is running. And then we get so much of water, the 100 days in a year that we get rains. And it's all about replenishing the water that is there in the groundwaters. That means that the water recharging system and other things that what we have right now. And I think, with those measures that we can definitely reverse that. We have around 200 lakes in Bangalore, in the Bangalore metropolitan region, that the rejuvenation of those lakes for the purpose of water, drinking water and usage of those water. There are many ways to take care of the resources, and proper allocation and planning, we should be able to take care of that.
I think that's a very critical point, what you mentioned about water management, renewing lakes, things which are doable, and if the intent is there, you can really see that it's making a difference.
Absolutely. See, if you're looking at, in housing development, that water is circulated, recycled in the sense that all the water that is utilized is treated and is again put it back for the flushing purpose, put it back for the purpose of landscape development, landscape maintenance, and then whatever the additional water is that is left over goes back to the construction. So you can see that water is fully utilized. Yes. And also because of which what happens is that, like for example, that the Indian code says that around 75 liters to 150 liters per person per day is the utilization of water. And we are almost come to a stage wherein only 30% of the water is required for replenishing the water every day. The rest is everything is recycled.
Great. The next question what I want to ask you is, there was earlier this year a consumer survey that showed that the Indian customer actually now views climate change, the whole threat. It's about 60% of them actually want to change their behavior. We can see that behavior change happening. They are choosing sustainable products. One is more mindful. In this, when I ask you your experience, if you can tell us, is it the same when it comes to the real estate? Are you seeing the change happening? Are people responding to that in the real estate sector?
Absolutely. So that is one of the things that, we at Provident Housing that we have done, that you go to any of our marketing office, there is a wall called sustainability wall. In the sustainability wall, we would have mentioned that the actions that what we have taken and what is the savings that each unit owner is going to make it. Please understand this one. One is, as a real estate developer, today what we develop is going to live for next 35, 40, 50 years. The actions that we take is, we will have a multiplier effect over the number of years. Coming back to the question whether people are definitely interested to understand what is the sustainability, how I can be responsible, and what kind of infrastructure has been placed in the residential development for people to utilize that and be part of that saving. So are they today paying for it, saying that, no, I want to go to a sustainable house, so I'm going to pay something extra? Maybe not, and those days are not too far away. See, we at Provident Housing, that we are part of the listed company, but Provident Housing is not a listed company. And the previous panelists were talking about the ESG report. Even though we are an unlisted company, we are putting together an ESG report, putting out an ESG report every year, environment, social, and governance. We are putting it out every year, making sure that we are all environmentally aware and taking actions. Not only that, and I think every change comes at home. So as a company, what we have done is that every employee's key result area, KRA, will have a sustainability effect. I'll just give you one simple example. Our administrative person came back and said that we use 1 lakh bottles of water, which is half a liter bottle, every year. Around 300, 350 bottles, we used it daily, 1 lakh. He said if we are able to remove the plastic water bottle and bring back the glass water bottles and this thing, so that is an impact, and that is recorded, and that is his KRA, and that is how he contributes. So this is how we have been able to come up with, as an organization, sustainability should become a culture of the organization. And
absolutely, and I think each one need to take responsibility for that. Just a last question, Malana, talking about innovations and technology, you were speaking about that. When we look at the real estate sector, where are we on that? What changes can that, innovation and technology bring?
So, innovation, I think, there's quite a bit of innovation in every aspect of our development is required, including in the policy making and the engineering that what we do, and also at the material level what we use. There are 3 areas that we can look at. For example, what we are looking at is energy. In residential development, we are developing, one of the largest projects that we are developing is 6,000 units. In 6,000 units, what should stop a developer to go and actually put a renewable energy plant for solar or a wind somewhere geographically, somewhere in Bangalore, and should be able to put that onto the grid and should be able to distribute it to those 6,000 people. But the law does not allow us to do that because we do not have the distribution license for that. So this innovation in policies and other things is first is required. The second part would be innovation in the material usage. For example, engineered materials like engineered wooden doors and other things, which are all manufactured in controlled environment where that it is controlled in such a way that the energy efficiency and other things are there. So so there are many ways, and I think the invention side could be in the material side, and where polluting materials are replaced by non-polluting materials. And I think that should be the way.
And that can make a huge difference, yeah. It's really been a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, Abhika. Thank you very much.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app.
It's time now for our next sustainability champion. He's the ambassador for Plastic Free Delhi. He's also a marathoner. And if you combine the two, he is India's plogging ambassador. Meet Ripudaman Bevli, athlete, activist, socialpreneur, and friend of the planet. Ripudaman, please come on stage.
I have a question to ask all of you. What is the word of the year? Anybody knows? Oxford word of the year? Nobody knows? Have you heard of Riz? Riz, what does that mean? Charisma. Okay. You know, today's topic of the entire conclave is sustainability, right? According to me, or let's just ask, what's the most used and abused word of the year? Because what does sustainability mean? Oh, I'm gonna move or remove all my plastic containers in the kitchen, all Tupperware, everything goes away, and I switch to glass containers and steel containers. All my plastic cups and plastic straws, I'll remove that from the market to paper cups and paper straws. That's sustainability for us. Okay, so my topic says real talk, so I'm gonna try to make it as real as possible for everybody. Let's move. So I started a movement called the Litter Free India movement 8 years ago, inspired by visuals like these. Nature's view of us and our view of the nature. What do you think you prefer? Which view do you prefer? Can I hear everybody say what view do you prefer? Our view of nature, right? That's what I prefer, that's what I want. But you know, if we have to get that view of nature, then we will have to work towards it. We will have to sacrifice a lot of things. We cannot be at status quo, जैसे आज life चल रही है, जैसे आज ज़िंदगी चल रही है, ऐसे नहीं चलने वाला. अगर ऐसे चलेगा, तो यही वाला view मिलेगा, और कुछ सालों में ये वाला view भी नहीं मिलेगा. This is what I've been doing for the last 8 years. I always say this, as I have this crazy dream of making India litter free, and I'm on a mission to make that dream a reality. 2016, I'm a runner. I run marathons, 42.195 kilometers. So that's my distance I run. So when I run and train in the mornings, लोग कम होते हैं, traffic नहीं होता है, तो सुबह जो मेरे को सबसे ज़्यादा दिखता था, वो था कूड़ा, trash and plastic. अब मैंने कुछ लोगों से बात की, लोगों को clean up के लिए बुलाया, कोई नहीं आया. But fitness और running sessions के लिए 100 लोग turn up हो जाते थे यार. So that was my cue to combine fitness to fight the garbage crisis in the country, because we were all runners. We ran and started picking up litter. Very, very quickly it became a very cool term. It became from Sweden, like it's called plogging. We were just doing it as a bunch of runners here. तो तब से लेकर आज तक तकरीबन 700 से ज़्यादा clean up drives हमने organize किए हैं across 110 odd cities. Moving to the campaigns. इस साल one of the biggest incidents that had happened was the प्राण प्रतिष्ठा ceremony at Ayodhya. तो उससे पहले, अगर आप गए होंगे उस टाइम पे अयोध्या, तो उससे पहले हमने 2 दिन का एक क्लीन अप ड्राइव ऑर्गेनाइज किया था अयोध्या में, जहाँ पे हमने अयोध्या घाटों की मिलके यूपी गवर्नमेंट के साथ और कॉलेज और स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स के साथ मिलके वहाँ पे घाटों की सफाई की थी, ताकि जब लोग आएँ, जब श्रद्धालु आएँ, तो उन्हें वो जगह साफ दिखे, राम राज्य दिखे एक्चुअली. Let's talk about the last campaign, Run to Make India Litter Free, my most ambitious campaign till date. NDTV was my partner. This was 2019. I ran across 50 cities in 50 days, cleaning up 1,000 kilometers on foot. मतलब रोज एक हाफ मैराथन हमने एक शहर में भागा. सिर्फ भागा नहीं, एक्चुअली कचरा उठाया वहाँ के लोकल्स के साथ मिलके. और उस कैंपेन के 3rd वीक में मुझे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर का कॉल आया और उन्होंने बोला कि ये सिर्फ आप अकेले क्यों कर रहे हो, पूरा देश आपके साथ करेगा. एंड द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया adopted our mission, making it the first such citizen-led movement which is adopted by government of India, and more than 1 crore Indians have participated. Let's talk about plastic now. Plastic when invented was invented in 1907 first time, but 50-60 years ago जब plastic का mainstream में use आया, it was considered the biggest invention, the greatest gift to humanity in the 20th century. 50 साल में from the greatest invention to the greatest travesty ये कैसे बन गया? डिज़ाइन फ्लॉ है, सर्कुलर नहीं है, जो कि हर एक ह्यूमन इन्वेंशन लिटरली डिज़ाइन फ्लॉ के साथ आती है कि सर्कुलर नहीं होता. सो प्लास्टिक फ्रॉम द ग्रेटेस्ट इन्वेंशन इन 50 years became the greatest travesty. You know what's the most dangerous waste on the planet? Can somebody answer that? Most dangerous waste? Plastic. No, it's the waste that is coming out of your kitchen. आपका food waste, आपका organic waste is actually the most dangerous waste. क्योंकि plastic itself is inert. अगर आप उसको landfill में भी डाल दोगे ना, सिर्फ plastic जाएगा, तो ऐसी कोई major problem नहीं होने वाली. प्रॉब्लम कहाँ होती है? ग्रीन हाउस गैस एमिशंस कहाँ से आते हैं? लीचिंग कहाँ से होती है? वाटर पोल्यूशन, सॉइल पोल्यूशन कहाँ से होता है? जब आपका ऑर्गेनिक कचरा आपके प्लास्टिक और अदर सॉर्ट्स ऑफ ड्राई वेस्ट के साथ मडल अप होता है, देन दिस ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट which can decompose, which can become black gold, which can go back to nature, is actually rotting, सड़ रहा है वो without the aeration. और वही आपके फिर मीथेन एमिशंस कॉज कर रहा है, वही लीच होके सॉइल और वाटर को कंटामिनेट कर रहा है. एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट इज कमिंग बैक टू बाइट अस. ऑल ऑफ दैट इज इम्पैक्टिंग आवर हेल्थ. सो व्हाट कैन वी डू? वी कैन सेग्रीगेट ड्राई एंड वेट, इतना कर सकते हैं यार. एंड वेट वेस्ट को कंपोज करना स्टार्ट करिए. It will solve a lot of the problem. Like I said, 60 to 70% of all waste from the households come from the wet waste. So if we all start making our own black gold, the compost, we will be able to solve a lot of our crises. So let's move to the part, switching tracks. सबसे important चीज़ है sustainable development की हम बात करते हैं, but हमने establish कर लिया sustainability की बात करने वाले majority of the लोगों को sustainability पता ही नहीं है. बट उसको चेंज कैसे किया जा सकता है? पॉलिसी से. यू नो, इंडिया नीड्स डेवलपमेंट. डेवलपमेंट इज समथिंग दैट वी कैनॉट डू विदाउट. इट्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. बट उसके साथ अगर वो डेवलपमेंट ऐसे आए कि हम 5-10 साल तो उसका इंजॉयमेंट कर लें, बट उसके बाद जो उसकी कैटास्ट्रफी, जो उसके आफ्टर इफेक्ट्स हैं, from landslides to complete devastation of habitats to flooding, air pollution, so on and so forth, that is killing us. That is killing our quality of life. For all the road projects, for all the rail projects, real estate projects, what do? Cut the trees. वो करना पड़ेगा, वो करना पड़ता है और वो करना पड़ेगा. I am not against that. I am not against development. I am just asking one thing. Take every road project of yours, okay? Then you do an audit on that project before giving an approval, to understand what is going to be my number of trees being cut, what is going to be my damage on the forest, how many forests am I going to mow down, what is going to be the loss of habitat, loss of biodiversity, soil, water, air pollution, and then let's use a metric like carbon emissions of X tons of CO2. I am going to shift this project 3 to 5 years, ideally 5 years, and in those 5 years, now I'm going to build an ecosystem, which means I'm going to plant, if I'm cutting down 1 lakh trees, I'm going to plant 10, 15, 20, 25 lakh trees, 5, 6, 7 feet saplings in the vicinity of this project over the next year or so that 4-5 साल में ये mid to full size trees होंगे. We will impact the biodiversity positively, वो increase हो जाएगा, habitat increase हो जाएगा, और जो हम damage करने वाले हैं water, air और soil pollution की वजह से, वो भी हमने already offset कर लिया है. Now हमने जितना offset किया है उसको बोलते हैं Y tons of CO2. 5 साल के बाद we are ready to make the project. Now this X CO2 जो है इस project में damage होने वाला है, that has to be less than Y CO2, Y tons of CO2. इतना सा policy change करना है. It might not be the easiest, but you know what, the way we're going right now, that is definitely not sustainable. Let's make environment the #1 agenda. Now this starts with all of us. When we go for grocery shopping, can we, to the local market, instead of going 1 kilometer in our car and burning a lot of fuel, can we not just walk? When we start being mindful, we will make more sustainable choices. We will not switch from Tupperware and plastic jars in our kitchen to glass and steel jars because it's sustainable. No, that's consumerism. So we need to understand what sustainability is, we need to be mindful about it, and we need to make choices accordingly. Then to the manufacturers and brands, you need to identify ways to cut down on your packaging. It's as simple as that. It is not sustainable today at all, and moving from plastic packaging to paper packaging, that's the worst that you can do. So very important is our policymakers, our government, state and center. And we need to address this problem together. And for that, we have to tell our leaders that this is our #1 agenda. So stop greenwashing, stop the BS, because वो चलता रहता है और वो चलता रहेगा. But we have to somehow stand up and take that step and say, no, this will not do anymore.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aarti Krishnan. We're bringing you the latest in our non-stop coverage of Prime Minister Modi in the US in his 3-day visit. He's already attended the Quad Summit. He's also had a bilateral with Joe Biden and several other leaders as well. We'll bring you the latest on that. But first, the headlines. Anura Kumara Dissanayake sweeps Sri Lankan presidential polls, the first since economic crisis hit. Finance Minister Sabri congratulates Dissanayake. Prime Minister Modi, in his opening remarks at the Quad Summit, highlighted that the Quad is here to stay, to assist, to partner and complement. He reiterated the free and open Indo-Pacific goal.
Quad is here to stay, to assist, to partner and to complement.
President Biden made a Quad quip as he hands the baton to Prime Minister Modi. As a reporter asks, will the Quad last after November polls? President Biden replies with his hands on Prime Minister Modi's shoulder.
Mr. President, will the Quad survive beyond the election in November?
What survive?
The Quad, will it survive regardless of the outcome?
Quad joint statement flags China's aggressive behavior in South China Sea. Quad leaders commit to reform UN Security Council and make it more inclusive. On the Ukraine war, they say threat to use of nuclear weapons is unacceptable. Shocker after shocker in Madhya Pradesh. 3 child sexual abuse cases reported in Madhya Pradesh in 4 days. 16-year-old boy allegedly harassed by chemistry teacher. 5-year-old girl abused by school van driver. And 7-year-old girl abused by a local in Tikamgarh. We have developments coming in from the national capital. Former Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal, who recently stepped down from the post in the wake of corruption allegations, is going to be holding the Janta Ki Adalat shortly at the Jantar Mantar in the national capital. Preparations there are underway. As you can see, Atishi Saurabh Bharadwaj, Manish Sisodia have already arrived at the Jantar Mantar. They're in fact sitting there on the dais Kejriwal is about to address the gathering there soon at Jantar Mantar. Remember, the Atishi-led Aam Aadmi Party government have been expressing hope about the possibility of an early election in Delhi while reaffirming their commitment to working under Arvind Kejriwal's leadership. Let me rope in my colleague Shreya joining us from Jantar Mantar. Shreya, take us through what's happening on ground. We're learning that Arvind Kejriwal is going to be addressing the gathering soon.
That's right. We are here at Jantar Mantar, and as you can see right behind me, the 5 cabinet ministers, including as well as our chief minister Atishi, has arrived along with the national convener of Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal, who will be addressing the large gathering at Jantar Mantar. He will be talking to them about the corruption charges that was leveled against him, and he is seeking for the public mandate. Earlier, when he resigned after he was granted bail from the Supreme Court, he said that he got the mandate from the legal court, and now he's looking for the public mandate. He wants a certificate of honesty from the people. He believes that if people believe in his honesty, in his sincerity, then they should vote for him. And right now, as you can see, Saurabh Bharadwaj, Kailash Gehlot, the new face, the Dalit face of Aam Aadmi Party, Mukesh Ahlawat, all these senior AAP veterans have arrived here along with Arvind Kejriwal himself. and constantly the chants of Jai Hind and Bhrashtachar ka Arvind Kejriwal, the constant sloganeering, positive sloganeering is going on in Jantar Mantar. And remember, this is the very location wherein the anti-corruption movement back in 2011 was spearheaded by Anna Hazare along with the then RTI activist Kejriwal. And now it seems like history repeats itself, because Kejriwal is back here and he is going to address the gathering here very soon. And of course, the mood here is quite energetic, because they are mostly the admirers of Kejriwal government, the kind of welfare schemes and policies that the government has sort of implemented for the benefit of the people. They are here to support him, and soon we will hear Kejriwal addressing the crowd here.
We'll come back to you as Kejriwal speaks then, as developments happen on the ground at Jantar Mantar. Thank you for bringing us those details. At this point, we're getting in news that Amit Shah is in fact addressing a rally in Nowshera and Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the elections. Take a look.
मुझको रात को 3 बजे भी फोन कर सकता है, सुबह 5 बजे भी फोन कर सकता है। नौशेरा की कोई भी तकलीफ हो, कोई भी दिक्कत हो, रविंद्र रैना की आवाज श्रीनगर और दिल्ली में बड़े जोरों से सुनी जाती है। भाइयों बहनों, ऐसा सफल नेता भाजपा ने आपके सामने दिया है, और मैं आज कहकर जाता हूं कि आप इसको जिता दो, पूरे नौशेरा को हम डेवलप करने का काम कर देंगे। भाइयों बहनों, नौशेरा के अंदर डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर की मांग है ना? अरे जोर से बोलो, है या नहीं है? अब क्या करोगे आप रैना का बताओ, बाद में मैं बताता हूं। जिताओगे क्या? पक्का? देखिए, 20,000 से बड़े मार्जिन से जिता दो, कलेक्ट्रेट की मांग को हम पूरा करने का काम कर देंगे। भाइयों बहनों, ये गांधी परिवार और अब्दुल्ला परिवार आरक्षण को समाप्त करने के लिए निकले हैं, आतंकवाद को वापस लाने के लिए निकले हैं। ये मोहब्बत की दुकान से आतंकवाद की बात करते हैं। अरे भाई, एक काउंटिंग के बाद आप आतंकवाद तो नहीं लाओगे, आपकी ये सो कॉल्ड झूठी मोहब्बत की दुकान जम्मू कश्मीर वाले बंद कर देने वाले हैं, बंद कर दे। और मैं आज इनको पूछना चाहता हूं, फारूक साहब को, 30 साल तक जम्मू कश्मीर में आतंकवाद चला, 30 साल में 3000 दिन जम्मू कश्मीर में कर्फ्यू रहा, 40,000 लोग मारे गए। उस वक्त आप कहां थे? फारूक साहब बताइए, ये 3000 दिन कहां थे आप? इसका हिसाब दीजिए। वो नहीं देते हिसाब, मैं दे देता हूं। ये 3000 दिन लंदन में आराम से छुट्टियां मना रहे थे, कश्मीर जल रहा था। भाइयों बहनों, इनको नेतृत्व देना चाहिए क्या? जोर से बोलो, देना चाहिए क्या? मोदी साहब आए, आतंकवादियों को चून चून कर हमने साफ कर दिया, साफ कर दिया, साफ कर दिया। और भाइयों बहनों, यहां से मैं आप सभी को कहकर जाता हूं, हमारे पास भविष्य के विकास का एजेंडा भी है। हमने 10 साल के अंदर कर दिखा है। मुझे बताओ नौशेरा वालों, आपके पास 5 लाख रुपए का कार्ड है, गोल्डन कार्ड है ना? मोदी जी के आने के पहले था, अब्दुल्ला साहब ने दिया था। अब आप समझ कर चलो, रैना को जिता दो, 5 लाख का कार्ड 10 लाख का होने वाला है। 5 किलो गरीबों को अनाज फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब ने चावल दिया था क्या? जोर से बोलो, दिया था। ये बंद करा देंगे, हम इसको चालू करेंगे। किसानों को 6,000 रुपया मिलता है या नहीं मिलता है? अब आप रैना को जिता दो, 6,000 का 10,000 हो जाएगा, ये मान कर चलो। भाइयों बहनों, हर घर में पानी, हर घर में बिजली, सुरक्षा, रोड, पुलिया, पुल, बिजली के खंभे और नए नए शिक्षा के उपक्रम, ये करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया। हमने जम्मू
Home Minister Amit Shah, they are campaigning ahead of the second phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir, remember, that is scheduled for the 25th of September. Shifting focus now, 3 child sexual abuse cases have sent shockwaves through the capital city of Madhya Pradesh, with 3 disturbing incidents reported in just 4 days. In a horrifying incident, a 16-year-old boy was sexually harassed by his chemistry teacher at a reputed private school in Bhopal. The teacher threatened the boy with failing grades and made some inappropriate videos, is what we're learning. On Saturday, a 5-year-old girl was abused by her school van driver in Bhopal. After returning from school, the 5-year-old girl had narrated the ordeal to her mother, leading to an investigation. The CWC will also be counselling the girl today to gather more information. In a separate incident in Tikamgarh, a 7-year-old girl was sexually assaulted by a local man. The accused is absconding and has been booked under the POCSO Act, is what we're learning. My colleague Amritanshi joins us. More details. Before that, let's quickly listen in to what the police had to say.
इसमें हालांकि चूंकि बच्ची बहुत छोटी है और उसका घटनास्थल या समय को लेकर के कंफ्यूज हो सकती है, इसीलिए चाइल्ड वेलफेयर कमेटी के समक्ष कल जो बच्ची है उसके कथन कराए जाएंगे और जरूरत पड़ने पर जो अन्य बच्चे स्कूल वैन में उपस्थित थे उनके भी स्टेटमेंट्स चाइल्ड वेलफेयर कमेटी के सामने कराए जाएंगे, जिससे स्थिति और स्पष्ट हो सके।
इस पूरे मामले में पुलिस ने प्रथम दृष्टया 74-75 BNS का और पॉस्को एक्ट के अंतर्गत इसमें कार्रवाई की है। इस पूरे मामले में आरोपी बच्ची जिस विद्यालय में पढ़ती, जिस स्कूल में पढ़ती थी, उसी का एक टीचर को इसमें पाया गया है और बाद में मेडिकल परीक्षण के बाद इस पूरे मामले में आरोपी को पहचान सुनिश्चित करते हुए इसे गिरफ्तार भी कर लिया गया है और इस पूरे मामले में अंतिम रूप से शीघ्र कार्रवाई करके इसको जल्दी से जल्दी इसमें चालान पेश किया जाए।
स्कूल की सब कोई भूमिका
अभी इसमें बाकी बिंदुओं में पुलिस जांच कर रही है।
My colleague Amritanshi joins us with more details. Amritanshi, जो अभी 3 केसेस आए हैं सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट के, उसके बारे में बताओ और ये भी बताइए जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है इन केसेस में। अभी पुलिस से भी हमने सुना कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है और इन बच्चियों का काउंसलिंग भी चलने वाला है।
So basically, these are 3 to 4 cases. 3 cases are of Bhopal, in which 2 of cases, if we talk about, 2 minor girls, one of them were sexually assaulted by IT teacher in the school. It was a reputed school in Bhopal, and the 3-year-old minors was allegedly raped by an IT teacher. FIR has been lodged against the accused, and he has also been arrested by the police. Also, the school has been sealed and the registration of the school is about to be cancelled, as authorities have been said. A second case is of Bhopal, a very big private school where a student, a 16-year-old student of 10th class, was allegedly sexually assaulted by a chemistry teacher. The chemistry teacher was blackmailing the student. The student was a boy, and he was blackmailing him that he'll give less marks to him in the exam, and he used to message him and call out of the school, and he was sexually assaulting him. Also, when the student got the less marks, he complained to his principal and the teachers. FIR has been lodged and the accused has been arrested by the police. It's the case of Katara Hills area. Third case is of Tikamgarh, where a 7-year-old, a minor, was allegedly raped by a local man, and also the police is investigating the whole case. The fourth case is of Bhopal, the capital city itself, where a girl has accused of a person of doing the bad touch to her the accused is likely to be the van driver who used to take the girl to the school and to return back to the home. But the CWC is now looking onto the case because police has constantly inquiring the parents and the child, but she is not ready to tell because she is somewhat scared. So the CWC is now interfering in the case, and they'll be counseling the student, the 7-year-old, and they'll be talking to her and ask her that has this been happened before, or the other students of the van will also be inquired that have they ever faced these type of situations. But these are some cases which have been a constant shocker in Madhya Pradesh right now, whether it's of the capital city, the Bhopal, or other
Right, Amritaji, thank you for
districts
joining
that we
us
talk
and
about.
bringing us those details. That, of course, is the latest that we're bringing for you from Madhya Pradesh in terms of the 3 sexual harassment cases. Shifting focus, Anura Kumara Dissanayake, leftist politician, has swept the Sri Lankan presidential elections and has essentially won the polls. Remember, this was the first election in Sri Lanka since it was hit by deep economic crisis. The polls have been the most peaceful in the country's history. Now, while Wickremesinghe is yet to concede defeat in this poll, his foreign minister, Ali Sabri, has congratulated Dissanayake on social media, saying that he respects the people's mandate to Dissanayake and that it is crucial to honour the will of the people in a democracy. Premadasa camp's Harsha De Silva too has congratulated the leftist leader. Now, my colleague Gauri Dwivedi joins us from Colombo. Gauri, now if you could take us through the ground situation in terms of celebrations, has the party started celebrating it?
I am now, I've been covering those elections in Sri Lanka. I was in Colombo, I'm now in New Delhi, Aarti. The situation on ground is that Anura Kumara Dissanayake is set to be the next president of Sri Lanka. Officially, the Election Commission is yet to announce it. There are 2-3 things that are important. One is that AKD won on a plank of alleviating the people's concerns regarding high prices. How he will do that is now a very important aspect of his economic policy. He needs to come up with a clear plan to shore up the government's finances. Second is that New Delhi has been cautious all along as far as AKD's sharp, dramatic political rise is concerned, because there was some election rhetoric which New Delhi was cautious of. And now it remains to be seen that the actual policy, how it will differ from the election rhetoric, because at the end of the day, running a government and a government of Sri Lanka, which is so strategically placed, will require AKD to now forge deeper relationships with its neighbors, particularly India, with which Sri Lanka shares a very deep and historical bond. The third important aspect is AKD's, as I said, rise has been so dramatic that in the previous election, his party won 3% of the votes, and now it's 50.1%, set to breach the 50.1% mark, which means that in the parliament right now, his party actually has only 3 MPs. So either he will immediately call for fresh elections to ensure that he can capitalize on the present popularity and get a larger mandate in the parliament as well. And that will ensure easy legislative changes that AKD can make and passing laws easily. Either he will do that, or he will have to, in the interim, besides his own 3 MPs, he'll have to shore up support from some other political alliances to ensure that there are enough MPs to get portfolios, important portfolios. So that is how the political framework will shape out under AKD's presidency is now going to be another important aspect of how the political climate in Sri Lanka paves from here on.
Thank you, Gauri, for joining us and bringing us those details and context into the polls. I'm also being joined by Vishal Vivek, who's going to take us to the details of who exactly is Dissanayake. Take it away, Vishal.
So, though not that well known outside the country, Dissanayake is quite popular within the country actually. He has exerted his influence quite well within Sri Lanka. In this election itself, he ran as a candidate for the party and for the National People Alliance. A member of parliament from Colombo, Dissanayake is popularly known as AKD. He belongs to the Marxist party known as the Janata Vimukti Peramuna, and reports suggest that his support for his party surged in his pledge to change the elections and change the corrupt political practices that have been plaguing the country for a while. According to reports, the party has advocated for stronger state intervention and backed closed market economic policies with its focus on anti-corruption and pro-poor policies. Dissa Naike was a presidential candidate in 2019 as well, but won only 3% of the votes. He has also served as an agriculture minister in 2004-2005. Sri Lanka was supported by a 2.9 billion bailout program from the IMF, something that helped the nation in getting back up to its feet. However, Dissa Naike is highly critical of the IMF. It would be interesting to see how he engages with the world body. Lastly, and most importantly, it's feared that Dissa Naike will be pro-China. However, some leaders from his own party have suggested that he wants to engage with India as well, stressing that the leader intends to deal with all the major powers to stabilize the economy.
Prime Minister Modi made his opening remarks at the Quad Summit. He said a free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific is a shared priority and commitment of the Quad countries. Joe Biden, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida were also present at the meeting being held at the US President's hometown in Wilmington. Now, in his opening remarks, Prime Minister Modi pointed out that the Quad Summit is being held at a time when the world is surrounded by tensions and conflicts. Listen in to what the Prime Minister as well as other leaders had to say.
हमारी बैठक ऐसे समय हो रही है जब विश्व तनावों और संघर्षों से घिरा हुआ है। ऐसे में साझा डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज के आधार पर क्वाड का मिलकर साथ चलना पूरी मानवता के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। हम किसी के खिलाफ नहीं हैं। हम सभी एक रूल्स बेस्ड इंटरनेशनल ऑर्डर, संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता के सम्मान और सभी मसलों के शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से हल निकालने का समर्थन करते हैं। फ्री, ओपन, इंक्लूसिव और प्रॉस्परस इंडो पैसिफिक हमारी साझा प्राथमिकता और साझा प्रतिबद्धता है। हमने मिलकर हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी, critical and emerging technologies, climate change, capacity building जैसे क्षेत्रों में कई सकारात्मक और समावेशी इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। हमारा मैसेज साफ है, क्वाड इज हियर टू स्टे, टू असिस्ट, टू पार्टनर एंड टू कॉम्प्लीमेंट।
Unlike some international forums, the Quad doesn't have a long history. That means it's not defined by tradition, but it also means it's not confined by it. It means that as it develops, it can evolve. And that is, I believe, what is happening. We represent in this region the fastest growing region of the world in human history. With that comes enormous opportunity, but also comes some challenges.
We're democracies. We're democracies who know how to get things done. That's why within the first days of my presidency, I reached out to each of you, each of your nations, to propose we elevate the Quad, make it even more consequential. 4 years later, our four countries are more strategically aligned than ever before. And today, we're announcing a series of initiatives to deliver real, positive impact for the Indo-Pacific.
During my tenure, I have consistently emphasized and underscored the efforts by the Quad. This meeting, I believe, could not have been better suited for my last foreign visit as the Prime Minister. The security environment surrounding ourselves are becoming increasingly severe, and a free and open international order based on the rule of law is under threat.
Shifting focus now, Andhra Pradesh Deputy CM Pawan Kalyan has embarked on an 11-day penance ritual following the controversy surrounding the alleged use of animal fat in the Tirumala Laddu Prasadam. He expressed his regret for not detecting the issue earlier and called the incident a stain of the Hindu race. Kalyan also conveyed his shock upon learning that the sacred prasadam may have been contaminated with animal remains, stating that his revelation felt like a personal failure, especially as he advocates for the welfare of the people. Now, India have defeated Bangladesh by 280 runs to go 1-0 up in the two-match test series. Senior off-spinner Ravichandran Ashwin completed a memorable all-round outing with a 6-wicket haul as the dominant India crushed Bangladesh by 280 runs on the fourth day of the opening test to take a 1-0 lead in the two-match series. Bangladesh were bowled out for 234 in their second innings, with first innings centurion Ashwin doing the bulk of the damage at his home ground at Chepauk. We'll bring you more on these stories. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sunrises on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
We are at the Sahar Star in Mumbai for the Retail Jeweler India Awards 2024. Well, these awards not only recognize these exceptional designs, but also the passion, dedication and artistry that each of these pieces embodies. In 2004, the Retail Jeweler India Awards were the first in the country to honor creativity and innovation in retail jewellery from across India. 20 years later, these awards have become truly the premier business awards for the retail jewellery industry in India, with a jury that includes some of the most respected names from the worlds of fashion, art, business, entertainment, jewellery and marketing.
Every metal or precious stone have certain precious story behind that. There are stunning pieces, the craftsmanship, the creativity. Jewelry is like a legacy. It's like an artifact. It's not just like something accessory that we wear. It's not like a handbag or footwear or something. Jewelry is totally precious.
India has so much creativity. Our karigars are just amazing, uncomparable to many places in the world, and I think it's a great opportunity, at least for me as a jury, to come and see what's happening across India.
I judge the jewelry on all parameters, really, on uniqueness, on execution, on quality of stones and what I see out there, on ease of wearing, on comfort.
My number one criteria at the moment, like today, was to see how innovative and new the designs are. Secondly, the quality, how it's made, and thirdly, the weight of the jewelry.
Each and every piece had a different story to tell. Be it a ring with few diamonds and colored stones, or be it the neck pieces. I'm quite surprised and beautifully engaged into seeing more and more of this. I'd say it was very well managed. We had an online round, and then we also are here today to physically feel and see the jewelry. Both of them were very important, and all the pieces and all the brands are anonymous. We don't know actually where and which house of jewelry are they from. It is beautiful to see them with your hands, try them on, and then give the ratings as per our liking.
Even if you're not part of, let's say, the jewelry industry, it's still, the whole process is such that it still makes it easy for someone who's judging. There were some very nice pieces this year that I saw, and very, very different and very innovative pieces.
Year after year I come here, and I think it gets better and better every time, and I enjoy this process. the old type of jewelry, the temple kind, the intricate work, it's really, I feel attracted towards that.
Because I saw the difference between seeing it digitally when I saw it and I judged it online versus seeing the pieces in person. They're very different, and it's really nice to see the actual piece versus seeing it digitally. And I think it's been a lot of fun. So, I mean, it's hard to pick. There are so many. There are some rings which I have loved. There's some earrings which are stunning, some necklaces. In fact, but one particular thing that really stood out was the men's jewelry, and I feel there is not enough that is there for men. And I think it was very good to see the whole collection of the brooches and everything that was there in the men's collection.
Everything is amazing, and yeah, I can't decide which one I like the best, but I had to make a choice. Well, it's been tough because being a jury member was quite a responsibility and time consuming to actually go through all the pieces and to choose a few, because it felt like you're not doing justice since everything was so good.
Definitely it's evolving. Like, this is my third year and I see the difference in even the quality and design, you know, it's more and more intricate, beautiful, you know, more detailed. Overall glamour of the awards, I think it's evolving and it's different.
I never knew that there's so much different, you know, kind of compartmentalized jewelry, but that really shows that you all have understood the kind of consumers who want the traditional, the kind of consumers who want the typical core ones, the consumers who, you know, would want what the international brands would be having, that more Western look. So it's so nice to see that how you have an array for all of those women for different occasions. Really interesting. I really learned a lot from you.
I've been part of the jury for, I think, the last maybe 5 to 6 years, and I see a huge shift in the quality of the pieces in terms of the design. It's really evolved in the sense the choice of material, the choice of metal, the choice of stones, the way it is all set together has really transitioned over the years. But I think it's also because jewelry has evolved across the world, right? So that it has a lot of impact on Indian jewelry as well. So I think that's probably the cause, which is a good cause. To see what designers are creating, how they've unpacked their brain to create something so out of the box. They've been brave, they've been courageous to really experiment with different styles, and that's what I see in the design gallery this year.
The jewelry industry has long been known for its beauty, luxury and personal experiences. The winners and nominees have transformed precious metals and these beautiful gems into masterpieces. Clearly, it has pushed their boundaries of design and innovation. The 19th edition of the Retail Jeweler India Awards 2024, which obviously means a lot of dedication and commitment. So let's speak to the minds behind these awards. Soma and Samay, thank you so much. First of all, you know, 19 years is a long time. Tell us what really was the thought when you all started these awards?
So Ambika, you know, when we started out, it was primarily to fill a gap in the industry, because if you see any other category which concerns the customers, there are award platforms because it helps them recognize the best from the rest. And I think that platform was missing for our industry, and that was the start of these awards.
And Samit, 19th year, I mean next year will be 2 decades. What makes this year different and special?
I think, you know, we have really seen the industry evolve and get organized, and the awards has also really enhanced its reputation, the processes.
We have been steadily doing these awards with a lot of integrity, and I think that is what really counts, and industry recognizes that, and the industry supports the platform, because we can create a platform, but you can't really push jewelers to participate unless they see value in it. And the fact is that we have had an independent jury panel since the time we started, and that has kept the decision-making process extremely unbiased and very holistic. And I think that is what has built the awards over the years.
You all have been associated with the awards, you know, with the Retail Jeweler India Awards for over like 5-6 years. What does it really mean, you know, this kind of partnership, commitment, you know, to keep going on and on?
It's great to see what Retail Jeweler is doing to recognize the excellence in jewelry making and with colored gemstones catching up in the jewelry market, I see it's a great platform for diamantiers as well as colored gemstone people to be at the same platform and see to take this industry forward.
It's extremely exciting because there's a certain vibrancy in the market here that we don't see anywhere else, and this event is actually the proof, because such an event to celebrate the artistry of jewelry is something quite unique globally. So we feel very excited because we are witnessing the growth of the market and we are participating also to this growth. So it's beautiful.
I think the Retail Jeweler Awards is a phenomenal platform which not just gets great achievements together, but gets the industry together. A material of whichever part of the world or whichever part of India you're from, it's that platform where it's a night where everybody gets inspired, great achievements, people are working hard, but also everybody gets inspired for the phenomenal pieces of art that we see together.
I think Retail Jeweler Awards are more like the Oscars for our industry. So that can sum it up, because everybody aspires to have an award from here.
It was really appealing to us. Like, there's so much that is happening in one place, which you don't get to see anywhere in the world, in terms of design, creativity, designers, retailers, manufacturers, all in one place. That was pretty unique.
Election sunrise is on the proverbial paradise. Jammu and Kashmir gets set to vote in assembly elections after a gap of 10 years.
For the BJP, it's a referendum on Article 370. For the Congress and regional parties, it's a battle for survival. An election that will go down in the history. Watch the most comprehensive, the most nuanced, and the most power-packed coverage only on NDTV.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Election sun rises on the proverbial paradise.
Dazzling evening in the world of jewelry, and gives me a huge honor to have all of you present here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our utmost prestigious 19th Fura Retail Jeweler India Awards 2024. It's your glorious presence and your unflinching commitment to excellence that makes Fura Retail Jeweler India Awards the most respected and reputed industry awards extravaganza.
Winner is Charo Jewels from Surat.
And the winner is Kirtilal Kalidas Jewelers.
The winner is Gehna Jewelers from Gwalior.
The winners are Aloki by CH from Baroda and Omara Fine Jewelry from Chandigarh.
The winners are NAC Jewelers, Sona Chandi Jewelers.
And the winner is AJB Fine Jewels.
The winner is Prince Jewelry from Chennai and Wama Hari Patti from Mumbai. Congratulations.
And the winner is Lala Jugal Kishore Jewelry from Lucknow.
Zoya, a Tata product.
Congratulations, presenting the diamond earring of the year. And it goes to Zoya, a Tata product.
Mahesh Rotanda's fine jewelry from Mumbai.
For the diamond bangle and bracelet of the year.
Farrakhan Fine Jewels from Mumbai.
The Kutor Jewelry.
GRT Jewelers from Chennai.
Congratulations.
Jewelers from Surat. Congratulations.
Anmol Jewelers.
Sanjay Gupta by Tribunal Jewelers.
VCJ Bespoke Jewelry. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Krishna Chetty and Sons from Bangalore and Khurana Jewelry House from Amritsar. Yeah, wow!
Hazuri Lal Legacy from New Delhi.
Hazuri Lal Legacy, New Delhi.
Punjab Jewels from Indore. and Sagarmal Jewellers from Patna.
Punjab Jewels from Indore, Sagarmal Jeweler from Patna.
And the winners are C. Krishna Chetty and Sons and PMJ Jewels from Hyderabad.
Here at the 19th Furor Retail Jeweler India Awards 2K24, the elite circle of excellence.
इंस्पिरेशन हमारी इंडस्ट्री के लिए है और ऐसा अवार्ड में एक इंस्पिरेशन मिलता है हम लोग कुछ नया आर्ट क्रिएट कर सकते हैं.
It feels really great. It's been a couple of years since we last won the Retail Jeweler Award, and as you know, it's the Oscars of the industry, so really happy with this win.
We've been coming here as jewelers for about a decade. I think it was extremely exciting. We as jewelers, I believe we do, fine work of art, but it does not get recognized by people because, they think that it's just jewelry. But this is art, and Retail Jewelers, one platform which recognizes that and validates that.
It's a very prestigious platform, and they're doing a great work to recognize and award the hard work of all the artisans.
I'm very happy because as a designer, I think design is getting recognized in the industry. So it's a really fulfilling feeling for me personally. And professionally, I think it's a very happy moment for the brand because the kind of design language and the kind of level of design we do for the brand, that is getting recognized and at prestigious forums like the Retail Jeweler Awards.
Jewelry has the unique power to bring people together, transcending cultures, occasions, and generations. It is a universal language to express love, honor traditions, and celebrate milestones. And these awards here today have illuminated the rich cultural tapestry that our country has with the exquisite designs and variety from across our country.
Hello and welcome. I'm Vishnu Shom in Wilmington in Delaware in the United States, where Prime Minister Modi gets set for a one-on-one meeting with the US President Joe Biden. Also a very important meeting of the Quad grouping. He has a huge presence over here. He's very popular among non-resident Indians. There'll be a massive community event in a few days.
We would have never had a chance to get this encounter, and so we're super excited.
There's a lot more opportunities in India, and it's a growing economy. It's a great opportunity. Very excited.
And he'll also be speaking to CEOs and at an important international conference. I'll bring you all the details on the ground right here on NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked